Is that it? No. 5532001.
All right.
That means you're supposed to stand up, man.
Please be seated. Oh.
Supposed to be that one. 250. serve them, that's it. Then you sign it. And then you're- Hmm?
Good morning. This is the initial appearance hearing for April 2nd, 2026. The court's orders for taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of the month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. As you just heard in the recording, this hearing is for a very specific purpose. I will tell you why you are here, if an attorney has been appointed for you, when and where your next court hearing will be, if you are eligible for release, what your release conditions are, and any bond amount required. I will not read all the release conditions to each of you. That is your responsibility to review, but I may point out a few depending on your case. You're all here today on criminal matters. That means you do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say or do rights under Arizona law, that among others include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, to a speedy trial, to be present at court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss. If you have not already been provided a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. We'll begin your hearings now in just a moment. I will call you in one at a time. When I do, please come to the podium in the center of the room and speak into the microphone. I will call a second person's name to have a seat right there in the chairs by the door so we can move quickly. From time to time, I will need to pause to handle warrants. Please do not enter the hearing room unless you have been called. At the end of your hearing, you will receive paperwork on these documents that will list out all the information I'm about to give you, as well as those important release conditions that you need to comply with and review. I do need to handle a warrant right now, and then we will begin.
Pre-trial service agency.
Okay, good. We'll begin with Jorge Castillo. Please come to the podium, Mr. Castillo, and then after that will be Lisa Cruz. Please say your name and your date of birth.
Jorge Mendez Castillo, 11/16/1997.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on two matters. The first one is a new case. It's alleged you may have committed armed robbery with a deadly weapon. That is a Class 2 felony. An attorney has been appointed to assist you. Your next hearing will be downtown Phoenix on April 8th at 8:30 in the morning. You are not eligible for release today because you are already out on felony release. So under the Arizona Criminal Rule 4.2A7A, you will be held in custody until an evidentiary hearing to determine if you can be released, and that will be on April 9th at 1:30 in the afternoon. That brings us to your second case. So you had a case already started and you missed your status conference and they issued a warrant for your arrest. So you already have an attorney in that case. Your next hearing will be April 8th at 8:30 in the morning downtown Phoenix. You'll see on your paperwork, it shows $500 bond, but don't pay that bond because you have to be held in custody until that evidentiary hearing. All right, please take your paperwork, sir. Lisa Cruz, please come to the podium. Ryan Cherwinski, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Lisa Jean Cruz, 9/16/67.
Thank you, ma'am. You're here today on a new case. It was alleged that you may have had 3 counts of dangerous drugs in your possession for sale, which is a Class 2 felony, 1 count money laundering, which is a Class 2 felony, and then 2 counts of having dangerous drugs in your possession for use, which is a Class 4 felony. This court did find probable cause and appointed an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing will be downtown Phoenix on April 8th at 8:30 in the morning. You are eligible for release. It will be it's a cash-only bond of $300,000 with electronic monitoring that requires a curfew. If you're able to post your bond, make sure you let pretrial services know about your commitments and obligations. If you're able to post your bond, you do have release conditions. The most unique to you is that if you have a passport, you will need to surrender it at your next hearing. If you're not able to post your bond, you will stay in custody and be transported to your next hearing. Please take your paperwork. Ryan Cherwinski, please come to the podium. Aiden Chavez, have a seat by the door, please.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Please say your name and date of birth.
Ryan Edward Adam Cherwinski, November 22nd, 1982.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on a new case alleging aggravated assault, which is a Class 3 felony, as well as disobeying a mandate of the court, which is a misdemeanor. This court did find probable cause and appointed an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing is downtown Phoenix on April 8th at 8:30 in the morning. You are permitted to be released under a cash-only appearance bond, which is $20,000. If you are able to pay that bond and are released, your conditions are: do not have any contact with the alleged victims, complainants, arresting officers. Also, you must allow Phoenix City contractors to make the property safe as ordered by the abatement order that was served on you. So if you're able to post your bond, you must also surrender your firearms to a local police agency within 24 hours and provide proof of this to the court at your next court date. If you're not able to post your bond, you will stay in custody and be transported to your next hearing. And your attorney's phone number is on your second page of your paperwork. Please take your paperwork, sir.
Yeah. Would you go?
Aiden Chavez, please come to the podium. Robbie Lewis, please have a seat by the door. Please say your name and date of birth.
Alan Chavez, 9994.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on 5 matters. The first one's a new case. Your new case is alleging dangerous drugs in your possession. That's a Class 4 felony. Also drug paraphernalia. That's a Class 6 felony. This court did find probable cause and appointed an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing will be at Superior Court downtown, April 8th at 8:30 in the morning. You have a $250 cash-only bond on your new case. Then on your other matters, you have an arrest warrant stemming from a December 2025 charge of narcotic drugs in your possession, Class 4 felony, drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. This carried a cash-only bond of $150. Your next matter is a probation violation warrant alleging terms 1, 3, and 7. And that's actually your next 3 matters. Those are all the probation violation warrants. So each of them, an attorney has been appointed to assist you. Your next hearings are April 8th, 8:30 in the morning, downtown Phoenix. And they carry $500, $250, and another $250. So when I added them all together earlier, it was $1,400 in secured appearance bond. If you're able to post that bond, make sure you go to your hearing, call your probation officer, tell them about your court dates. If you're not able to post that bond, you will stay in custody and be transported to your next hearing. Please take your paperwork, sir.
TSA.
Robbie Lewis. please come to the podium. Joseph Britton, please have a seat by the door. Please say your name and date of birth.
Robbie Lewis, December 7, 2000.
Thank you, sir.
Of course.
You're here today on two matters. It looks like they are both probation violation warrants. So
Okay.
it's alleged you violated terms 3 and 5 of your probation. An attorney has been appointed to assist you, and your next hearing for both is downtown Phoenix, April 8th at 8:30 in the morning. Each of them carried a bond, and it looks like they both carried a $500 bond, so it's $1,000 total. If you're able to post it, call your probation officer, go to your hearings, do your terms of probation. If you're not able to post it, you'll stay in custody. You'll be transported there. Okay. Please take your paperwork, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Joseph Britton, please come to the podium. Christopher Johnson, have a seat by the door. Please say your name and date of birth.
Joseph Glenn Burton, 11/17/2001.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a probation violation warrant alleging terms 3, 4, and 15. So an attorney has been appointed for you, and your next hearing is downtown Phoenix, April 8th at 8:30 in the morning. You're eligible for release under a $500 bond. If you're able to post it, make sure you go to your hearing and call your probation officer when you're released. If you're not able to post it, you'll be transported to your hearing. Please take your paperwork, sir. Christopher Johnson, please come to the podium. Pablo Garcia, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Christopher Ryan Johnson, 2691.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on a probation violation warrant. It was alleged that you missed your probation revocation arraignment back in October of last year. So you already have an attorney appointed to assist you. Your next hearing is now April 8th, downtown Phoenix at 8:30 in the morning. And that warrant that was issued when you missed your last hearing is $500. If you're able to post it, make sure you call your probation officer and go to your hearings. Follow your terms of probation. If you cannot post your bond, you'll stay in custody and be transported there.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Please take your paperwork, sir. Pablo Garcia, please come to the podium. And then Jeanette Cross, have a seat by the door. Please say your name and date of birth.
Pablo Garcia, 06/18/2003.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on a probation violation warrant alleging terms 3 and 5. An attorney has been appointed to assist you, and your next hearing is downtown Phoenix on April 8th at 8:30 in the morning. You're eligible for release today under a $400 bond. If you post it, call your probation officer, go to your hearing. If you cannot post it, you'll stay in custody and be transported there. Please take your paperwork, sir. Jeanette Cross, please come to the podium. William Kuba, have a seat by the door. Please say your name and date of birth.
Jeanette Cross, August 5th, 1995.
Thank you, ma'am. You're here today on a new case. It's alleged you may have committed criminal damage. That is a Class 5 felony. Also, disorderly conduct is being alleged as a misdemeanor. This court did find probable cause and appointed an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing will be downtown Phoenix on April 16th at 8:30 in the morning. You are going to be released today under pretrial services in a few hours, so they will have a phone number in the envelope. You need to call them within 72 hours of your release. You do have conditions on your release, and they do include you're not to have any contact with the alleged victim, witnesses, or complainants. You may not reside with the alleged victim. So what that means is if you're currently residing with them, you can call local law enforcement to go one time for a civil standby to get necessary things like medication, identification, or clothing. If they have moved out, you can live there, but you can't force them to leave, okay? Also, I do understand, let's see, if they ask for an order of protection to be issued against you, you need to comply with that order of protection.
Yes,
all right. All this information is on your paperwork, including your attorney's phone number. Please take your paperwork, ma'am. William Cuba, please come to the podium. And then Enrique Moran Medina, please have a seat by the door. Please say your name and date of birth.
William Cuba, 11547.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on a new justice court case alleging assault. An attorney, do you need hearing assistance?
No, I could hear you.
Okay, I'll speak up as well.
That's okay.
Okay. So an attorney has been appointed to help you because this is a domestic violence case. Your next hearing is at Santan Justice Court, April 21st at 9 in the morning. You are going to be released today on your promise to go to the hearing and follow the release conditions.
Yes, ma'am.
The release conditions are no physical contact with the alleged victim. So you might have something to say to the prosecutor's office or the victim's office, but today we're talking about your release conditions.
Okay.
All right. Hang on. You may reside with the alleged victim if the alleged victim consents. If the alleged victim does not consent or revokes their consent while the case is pending, you may have one civil standby with law enforcement to get your necessary things, medication, identification, or clothing that you might need.
Okay.
So you can call and talk, but no physical contact. And if they revoke their consent, ask law enforcement to help you get what you need and find somewhere else to stay.
There'd be no problems.
Great. Please take your paperwork, sir.
Oh.
Okay, so you're gonna keep it straight out.
Good morning. This is Commissioner Gentry. Is this the Spanish language translator?
Yes.
Before we begin, I need to ask if you will swear or affirm that you will directly translate my words from English into Spanish and the defendant's words from Spanish into English exactly as we say them.
I do.
Thank you. We will begin. We do have two defendants. Enrique Moran Medina, please come to the podium.
Enrique Morán Medina, por favor, venga al podio.
You are here on a criminal matter, and so you do have the right to remain silent.
Está aquí por un caso penal, por lo tanto tiene el derecho de mantenerse en silencio.
Anything you say or do may be held against you.
Todo lo que diga o haga puede ser utilizado en su contra.
This hearing is being recorded and broadcast live.
Esta audiencia está siendo grabada y transmitida en vivo.
Please wait for the translator to finish speaking before you speak.
Espere, por favor, que la traductora termine de hablar antes de que usted hable.
Please say your name and your date of birth.
Por favor, díganos su nombre y fecha de nacimiento.
Enrique Morán Medina, junio 1 del 85.
Enrique Morán Medina, June the 1st, 85.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case.
Ese señor está aquí por un nuevo caso.
It was alleged you had narcotic drugs in your possession for sale. That is a Class 2 felony.
Se presupone que usted tenía drogas narcóticas de su posesión para la venta. Es un tipo de delito clase A.
Also, narcotic drugs in your possession for transportation, which is a Class 2 felony.
También, drogas narcóticas en posesión para transporte. Esto es un tipo de delito clase 2.
Also, possessing a weapon by a prohibited person, that is a Class 4 felony.
Esto también tiene posesión de un arma de fuego por una persona que no debería. Esto es un tipo de delito clase 4.
And then you have two Class 6 felonies, which is money laundering and having drug paraphernalia.
Y dos tipos de delitos más que son lavado de dinero y también parafernalia para consumo de drogas.
An attorney has been appointed to assist you.
Se le ha asignado un abogado para que lo asista.
Your next hearing is downtown Phoenix, April 8th at 8:30 in the morning.
La próxima audiencia es en el centro de Phoenix, Downtown, el día 8 de abril a las 8:30 de la mañana.
Your bond is set at $300,000 cash.
Su fianza es de $300,000 en efectivo.
If you post your bond, you will have electronic monitoring and house arrest.
En caso de pagar esa fianza, va a tener un monitoreo electrónico y arresto domiciliario.
You would be required to surrender your passport at the next hearing.
En la próxima audiencia se le va a solicitar que entregue su pasaporte.
If you cannot post your bond, you will stay in custody and be transported to your next hearing.
En caso de no poder pagar la fianza, se va a mantener bajo custodia y va a ser transportado a la próxima audiencia.
All of this information and your attorney's phone number is on your paperwork.
Toda esta información, incluyendo también el número de teléfono de su abogado, va a estar en sus papeles.
Please take your paperwork, sir.
Tomen, por favor, sus papeles.
Daniel Solis, please come to the podium.
Daniel Solís, por favor, venga al podio.
Please say your name and your date of birth.
Good morning, nice to meet you.
Por
My
favor,
name is
diga su
Daniel.
nombre y su fecha de nacimiento.
My name is Daniel, February 2003.
One moment, please. Are you requesting not to use a Spanish language translator?
I can try, but it's more better, it's my first language.
When we use a translator, we need to have the translator speak in between us to create a very clear record.
Okay.
Okay. So we'll begin again. For the translator, let's start now. Please wait for the translator to finish speaking before you speak.
Por favor, espere que termine de hablar la traductora antes de empezar a hablar usted.
Okay. Please say your name and your date of birth.
Por favor, diga su nombre y fecha de nacimiento.
Daniel Solís, febrero 23 del 2003.
Daniel Solis, February 23rd, 2003.
Thank you. You are here today on a new case.
Gracias. Usted está aquí hoy por un nuevo caso.
It was alleged you may have committed endangerment, which is a Class 6 felony.
Se supone que usted ha cometido el delito de poner a alguien en peligro, que es un tipo de delito clase A.
Also, reckless driving, which is alleged as a misdemeanor.
También conducción imprudente, que es un tipo de delito menor.
An attorney has been appointed to assist you.
Se le ha asignado un abogado para que lo defienda.
Your next hearing is April 8th at 8:30 in the morning.
Su próxima audiencia es el 8 de abril a las 8:30 de la mañana.
Your bond is set at $25,000 secured.
Tiene un tipo de fianza securizada de $25,000.
That means you may use a bail bonding company.
Eso significa que puede utilizar usted una compañía de pago de fianza.
If you are able to post your bond, you will have electronic monitoring.
Si puede pagar la fianza, va a tener usted un monitoreo electrónico.
Your release conditions include you're not to have any contact with the alleged victim, witness, or complainants.
En caso de pagar esta fianza, usted, bajo las condiciones de liberación, no va a poder tener contacto con la supuesta víctima, testigos o los denunciantes.
Also, you are not to possess weapons, possess or consume alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription.
Tampoco no puede poseer ni consumir alcohol o ni drogas ni armas. En caso de las drogas, necesitaría una receta válida de un médico.
Okay. I understand you do have children in common with the alleged victim.
Comprendo que usted tiene niños en común con la supuesta víctima.
Because you are ordered to have no contact, you may still use a third party to have parent time with your children.
Si bien se solicitó el no contacto, puede utilizar una tercera persona para tener tiempo como padre de los niños.
I understand this may have been your residence, and so one civil standby with law enforcement is permitted.
Comprendo que usted vive en esa residencia, por lo tanto puede tener un refuerzo civil de alguien de las fuerzas de la ley que se le permita que se lo acompañe.
Okay. You are cautioned that whether you are in custody or out of custody, the no victim contact order stands.
Se le solicita a usted, estando o no en custodia, que no tenga contacto con la víctima, teniendo la orden.
If you were to violate that no victim contact order out of custody, you would not be eligible for bond going forward.
Si usted paga la fianza y llega a violar esta orden de no contacto, usted no volvería a ser elegible para tener una fianza en un futuro.
Okay. Please take your paperwork, sir.
Appreciate it.
Tome sus papeles, por favor.
Okay. For the translator, thank you very much for your service. That was our last Spanish language defendant. We do appreciate your attendance this morning.
Thank you for calling Lion-Rich Interpreter 2528 disconnected. Have a nice day.
I'm going to pause and handle a DUI warrant. Okay, he got moved. All right, so we have Mr. Robert Hernandez. Please come to the podium, and then we'll have our house call. Please say your name and date of birth.
Robert Hernandez, 12/02/2006.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on a new case. It was alleged you may have committed sexual conduct with a minor, which is a Class 2 felony. This court did find probable cause and appointed an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing will be downtown Phoenix on April 8th at 8:30 in the morning. You are eligible for release under a cash-only appearance bond of $250,000. If you're able to post that bond, you should have electronic monitoring. So somehow that didn't stick. I'll have to reprint that. And that would be with curfew. Also, you are not to have any contact with the alleged victim, witnesses, or complainants, no contact with other minor children, and you're prohibited from accessing the internet except for work and school. If you are not able to post your bond, you will stay in custody and be transported to your next hearing. And your attorney's phone number is on your paperwork. Okay. I understand you're in custody right now. So whatever is keeping you in custody, I think it's a Phoenix case, is that correct? You're in custody on a Phoenix case?
Yes.
Right. So when that case is done, then you would become eligible for bond, If you're able to bond out, make sure you follow your release conditions carefully. If you're not, you'll stay in custody on this case until April 8th, and then the next judge can change these orders. Okay, all right. Here is the new paperwork that has electronic monitoring. Thank you. Okay. If you just want to follow the officer's instructions, they'll tell you where to go next. Okay, we have 3 people that we're going to see as house call. Edie Isles, date of birth 10/22/1992, is unable to function. New case, armed robbery with a deadly weapon, class 2 felony. An attorney has been appointed. Their next hearing is April 8th, 8:30 in the morning, downtown Phoenix, and they have a cash-only bond. No, excuse me, they have a secured appearance bond of $100,000 with electronic monitoring. They do have release conditions. The next person is James McGarry, date of birth 8/18/1982, and they are also unable to function. They're here on a new case alleging shoplifting, removal of goods, class 4 felony, and dangerous drugs, class 4 felony. An attorney has been appointed for them. Their next hearing is April 16th, 8:30 in the morning, and they are going to be released under pretrial services. They do have release conditions, including do not return to the Circle K at McDowell Road. Also, Mr. James Tillman is being combative, so he is not here. His date of birth is 11/14/86. He's here on a new case, obstructing criminal investigation, class 5 felony, and theft, which is a misdemeanor. His court did find probable cause, appointed an attorney for him, and his next hearing is April 16th, 8:30 in the morning. He's being released under pretrial services. He does have release conditions, and they do include that he may go back to his own residence, but he is not to approach the alleged victim's house or living area, nor linger or loiter in any common areas. He is also not to have any contact with the alleged victim, witnesses, or complainants, and he may not leave the state or have drugs without a valid prescription. I will explain these release conditions and bond amounts and to the defendants. If there are any changes, they'll be reflected on the written orders. It is not my intention to return to this recording. So at this time, the 2 a.m. initial appearance hearing calendar is in recess until 5 a.m.
All rise.
Please be seated. Good morning. This is the 5 a.m. initial appearance hearing calendar for April 2nd, 2026. The court's orders for taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of the month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. As you just heard in the recording, this is a very specific type of hearing. I will tell you why you are here, if an attorney has been appointed for you, when and where your next hearing will be, if you are eligible for release, what your release conditions are, and any bond amount required. I will not read all the release conditions to each of you. That is your responsibility to review, but I may point out a few depending on your case. You're all here today on criminal matters. That means you do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say or do may be held against you. This hearing is being recorded. It is also being live streamed. I will only ask you for your name and your date of birth. Because victims may be watching the broadcast, I will read the victim rights advisement, and then we'll begin with your hearings. If you are the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you are advised that you have rights under Arizona law, that among others include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, to a speedy trial, to be present at court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss. If you have not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. We'll now start with your hearings, and I'll call you in one at a time. When it is your turn, please come to the podium at the center of the room and speak into the microphone. I will call a second person's name. Please have a seat in the chairs right there by the door. We will move quickly, so please listen for your name. Once in a while, I may need to pause the hearings to handle warrants, and then please do not come into the hearing room unless you have been called. When we are done with your hearing, you'll be provided paperwork that has all the information I'm about to give you. Please hold on to that paperwork. It has the dates, time, location, as well as the phone number for your attorney if you have been appointed one, and those release conditions that you need to review. We'll begin this morning with Yvonne Valenzuela. Please come to the podium. After that will be Cornelio Zuniga. Please have a seat by the door. Good morning, ma'am. Please say your name and date of birth.
Yvonne Valenzuela, March 23rd, 1985.
Thank you, ma'am. You're here today on 3 matters. The first one is a new case. It is alleging that you may have committed armed robbery with a deadly weapon. That is a Class 2 felony. This court has found probable cause and appointed an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing will be downtown Phoenix on April 8th at 8:30 in the morning. You are still eligible for release. It is under a cash-only appearance bond of $100,000. If you're able to post that bond, do not have any contact with the alleged victim, witnesses, complainants, or co-defendants in this case. You are not to possess weapons, possess or consume alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription. You are on probation, so you would need to call your probation officer as well, and that is what your other 2 cases are, or excuse me, one of your other cases. So you have probation, revocation, arraignment hearings, and it looks like you missed both of them. They were earlier this month. So a warrant was issued for your arrest. You already had attorneys assigned for you in these cases. Now you have a new hearing date on April 8th at 8:30 in the morning, and each of them carries a $500 bond when you fail to go to your revocation arraignment hearing. So altogether, that is a $100,000 cash and then a $1,000 secured appearance bond. Again, if you're able to post your bond, call your probation officer and go to your hearings. If you're not able to post your bond, you'll stay in custody and you'll be transported to your next hearings. Please take your paperwork, ma'am.
Okay.
Cornelio Zuniga, please come to the podium. Janine Lowe, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Cornelio Mateo Jose Zuniga, 52484.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on 4 cases. The first one is a new one. It's alleging you may have had narcotic drugs in your possession for sale. That's a Class 2 felony. Also, theft of means of transportation, which is a Class 3 felony. This court did find probable cause and appointed an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing is April 8th at 8:30 in the morning, downtown Phoenix. And on your new case, you do have a $15,000 bond with release conditions. Do not return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with the alleged victim, witnesses, or complainants. Your other release conditions are very much like your regular terms of probation. So you do have two probation violation warrants. On your 2 probation violation warrants out of Maricopa County, attorneys have been appointed for you, and they are alleging that you violated terms 3 and 5. So your next hearing for your probation cases in Maricopa County are April 8th at 8:30 in the morning. Each of these probation cases for Maricopa County carried a $500 bond. So that's another $1,000. Your last matter here today is actually a fugitive of justice matter, and this is out of the Gila County Reservation. And so because, there's a warrant for you, I'm not going to give you the opportunity to waive extradition because you have local Maricopa County cases pending. Originally, they asked for no bond, but I am going to set bond for you on that, and it is $20,000 secured. So even though, because they asked for no bond. So that is the alternative. Your hearing there will be April 20th at 1:30 in the afternoon for a fugitive of justice hearing. So your paperwork will have everything listed out, the amounts, dates, times, as well as your attorney's phone number. Please take your paperwork, sir. Janine Lowe, please come to the podium. Christopher Duran, have a seat by the door. Please say your name and date of birth.
Janine Raquello, 728.
Can you say your name again, please?
Janine Raquello,
Raquello, okay. Did you used to go by the name of Raquel Lowe? Is that correct? Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're here today on 4 matters. The first one is a new case, and it's alleging you had narcotic drugs in your possession. That is a Class 4 felony. An attorney has been appointed to assist you. Your next hearing is April 8th, 8:30 in the morning, downtown Phoenix. I've noticed that you have been reinstated to probation 7 times on similar allegations, so bond is set at $850. Your other matters are all probation violation warrants, and they are alleging terms 3 and 5. An attorney has been appointed to assist you on all of those matters. Your next hearing is also April 8th at 8:30 in the morning, downtown Phoenix. They're in different courtrooms, but they are the same building. So if you are out of custody, make sure you go to both. If you're still in custody, they will transport you between them. And your bonds range from $1,000, another $1,000, and then your last one is $350. So altogether, ma'am, you have bonds set at $3,000 secured. If you're able to post it, call your probation officer, go to your hearings. If you're not able to post it, you'll stay in custody and be transported there. Please take your paperwork, ma'am. Christopher Duran, please come to the podium. Renee Hines, have a seat by the door, please. You'll want to take your arms out, you're being recorded. Thank you, sir. Please say your name and date of birth.
Christopher Duran, January 1st, 1986.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on 4 matters. The first one is a new case, and in your new case, it was alleged you had dangerous drugs in your possession. That's a Class 4 felony. Also narcotic drugs as a Class 4 felony, and then drug paraphernalia. That's a Class 6 felony. This court did find probable cause and appointed an attorney for you. Your next hearing is downtown Phoenix on April 8th at 8:30 in the morning. On your new case, you have a $500 bond, and then you have your regular terms of probation. Your other 3 cases are all probation violation warrants, and it's all term 1 violations. So whenever there's new alleged criminal activity, it does result in a term 1 violation. An attorney has been appointed for you in each of your matters. Your hearing is on the same day and time, April 8th, 8:30 in the morning. It's in the same building, but a different courtroom. So if you're in custody, they'll make sure you get to both. If you are out of custody, make sure you go to both. And the bonds set on your probation cases are all $500. So altogether, you are looking at $2,000 in secured appearance bond. If you're able to post that, make sure you go to those hearings on April 8th. If you cannot post it, you'll stay in custody and be transported there. Please take your paperwork, sir. Renee Hines, please come to the podium. Antoinette Ricks, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Renee Hines, 122582.
Thank you, ma'am. You're here today because you failed to go to your status conference in December. You already have an attorney in this case. Now you have a new hearing date, April 8th at 8:30 in the morning, downtown Phoenix. When you failed to attend your hearing, they issued a warrant for your arrest, and it does carry a $500 bond. If you're able to post that, you have the same release conditions as before. Please take your paperwork, ma'am. Antoinette Ricks, please come to the podium. Tommy DeWitt, have a seat by the door, please. Right here in the center, ma'am. Please say your name and date of birth.
Antoinette Ricks, 122069.
Thank you, ma'am. You're here today on a probation violation warrant. It's alleged you violated term 3. An attorney has been appointed to assist you, and your next hearing is downtown Phoenix on April 8th at 8:30 in the morning. You do have a $500 bond on this probation warrant. If you're able to post it, make sure you go to your hearing. Call your probation officer when you are released. If you're not able to post it, they will transport you to your hearing. Please take your paperwork, ma'am. Tommy DeWitt, please come to the podium. McLeam Hubbard, have a seat by the door. Please say your name and date of birth.
Tommy Lene DeWitt, July 8th, 2002.
Thank you, ma'am. You're here today on, looks like 2 probation, nope, you have a new case. You have a new case alleging narcotic drugs in your possession. That's a class 4 felony, and then drug paraphernalia. That's a class 6 felony. An attorney was appointed for you, and your next hearing is downtown Phoenix, April 8th at 8:30 in the morning. Your new case carries a $50 bond because you do have another probation case with a higher bond. On your probation case, it's alleged that you violated terms 3 and 5, and that your whereabouts have been unknown since January 12th of this year. So an attorney has been appointed to assist you, and your probation revocation hearing is on April 8th as well, 8:30 in the morning. This one carries a $150. So together that's $200 secured appearance bond. If you're able to post your bond, make sure you go to both your hearings. They are on the same day, but in the same building, just different courtrooms. So make sure you go to both. It's like this where you have a gallery and you get called up. If you're not able to post your bond, you will stay in custody and be transported to your next hearing. Please take your paperwork, ma'am. McLean Hubbard, please come to the podium. Felix Rosario, have a seat by the door. Good morning, sir. Please say your name and date of birth.
McLean Walter Hubbard, June 2nd, 1979.
Thank you, sir. So originally you were here on a bond surrender, but we were able to get your failure to appear warrant instead. So you're going to be seen today on that warrant, so that will be taken care of.
Ma'am, I just got a question. Does that mean I can get to get out again?
So I'm going to explain it to you.
Thank you so much.
All right. So what happened is you failed to go to your probation revocation arraignment hearing. And when you failed to go, a warrant was issued for your arrest, and that is why you were also surrendered for bond, because you had failed to comply with the release conditions. So you have an attorney in your case. Your next hearing is now April 9th, 8:30 in the morning. Your bond is now set at $200.
So I can bond out for $200?
Yes, sir. If you post your bond, Make sure you go to your hearing, call your probation officer within 72 hours, follow your terms and conditions, please, of your probation.
Okay. See, what it was is I didn't know I had another one up in Pinal County, because I'm doing a court down in Maricopa, and I
Yeah.
please face it. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Felix Rosario, please come to the podium. Alexandra Sardakas, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Felix Rosario, 11/9/1976.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on a new case. It was alleged that you committed shoplifting with an artifice. That's a Class 4 felony. That you had narcotic drugs in your possession. That's a Class 4 felony. It was alleged you had narcotic drug manufacturing. This court did not find probable cause on that you would have anything like that. And then also shoplifting, removal of goods, that's a Class 6 felony. So on 3 of them, this court did find probable cause and appointed an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing is April 16th at 8:30 in the morning, downtown Phoenix. I think that the officer wrote the wrong statute, and so they may still bring additional allegations or evidence and correct that, just so you're aware. You are going to be released today under pretrial supervision, which means you need to call them within 72 hours of your release.
So it's like
It's close, but you have conditions, and you have to call pretrial, or
Okay.
you'd be violating your release conditions.
as soon as I get out, call pre-trial?
Exactly. Once you're out, you call pretrial within 72 hours. It's kind of like a mini probation between now and your hearing.
Right.
Okay. Don't go back to the scene of the alleged
No,
crime or have any contact with the alleged victim, witnesses, or complainants. No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Please take your paperwork. Okay. All right, Miss Alexandra Zardakis, please come to the podium. And then after that will be Christian Gonzalez Rodriguez.
Hi,
Please say your name and date of birth.
Alexandra Zarkatis, 6/22/87.
Thank you, and I apologize for saying your name wrong.
Oh, you're fine.
So you're here today on 2 matters. The first one is a new case. It was alleged that you had dangerous drugs in your possession. That's a Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia is a Class 6 felony. This court did find probable cause and appointed an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing will be downtown Phoenix on April 16th at 8:30 in the morning. You are going to be released today to the supervision of your probation officer. So after your release, make sure you give them a call within 72 hours. Make sure you go to your hearing. Your other matter here today is your probation violation case. Anytime there's new alleged criminal activity, it does result in a Term 1 violation. So an attorney has been appointed for you, and your next hearing is on the same day, April 8th, or excuse me, it's earlier, it's April 8th, because your hearing's not till the 16th. So you have 2 hearings. Probation hearing is April 8th. Your new case will be April 16th. Make sure you go to both.
Okay.
And after you are released today, make sure you call your probation officer, let them know about your hearing, and then follow your terms of probation.
Okay.
All right, please take your paperwork.
Thank you.
Are committed to excellence, and the
Un momento, por favor.
No. Just put that in the slot for JP and just have her sit up with, Yep.
Is the Spanish language interpreter on the line now?
Hola, muy
Good
buenas.
morning.
Yo seré su intérprete en esta llamada. Estaré interpretando todo lo que se diga. Hello, this is Gonzalo. I am your language Spanish interpreter, ID 1532. Ready.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalo. This is Commissioner Gentry. I need to ask you if you will swear or affirm that you will directly translate my words from English into Spanish and the defendant's words from Spanish into English exactly as we say them.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. We will begin. You are here today on a criminal matter, so you have the right to remain silent.
Muy bien, yo seré su intérprete. En esta llamada estaré interpretando todo lo que se diga. Estamos aquí el día de hoy, en el caso criminal, usted tiene el derecho de permanecer en silencio.
This hearing is being recorded. It is also being broadcast live.
Esta audiencia sería grabada y también sería transmitida en línea, en vivo.
Okay. Please wait for the interpreter to finish speaking before you speak.
Por favor, espere que el intérprete finalice de hablar antes de usted hablar.
Okay. Please say your name and your date of birth.
Por favor, diga su nombre y su fecha de nacimiento.
Cristian Humberto González Rodríguez, marzo 25 de 1987.
Cristian Humberto Rodríguez.
González
March
Rodríguez.
25. González Rodríguez, March 25, 1987.
Thank you. You are here today on a new case.
Gracias. Usted está aquí el día de hoy en un nuevo caso.
It is alleged that you had dangerous drugs in your possession. That is a Class 4 felony.
Las alegatos son de que usted tenía drogas peligrosas en su posesión y
Did we lose him? Is the interpreter still there? Because we cannot hear you. Is the interpreter still there? Okay. For the interpreter, you must be on mute. We cannot hear you. No. Can you try a new one? No, I don't hear him at all. Oh. Yep. Oh, wait, hold on. Are you on the line, interpreter? Or is that you?
The interpreter has just goodbye.
Okay.
Awarding career opportunities.
Good morning, this is Commissioner Gentry. Is this the Spanish language interpreter?
This is the Spanish language interpreter. Good morning, my name is Italo, interpreter 83720, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Hidalgo. I need to ask if you will swear or affirm that you will directly translate my words from English into Spanish and the defendant's words from Spanish into English exactly as we say them.
I do.
Thank you. We will begin. We will resume the hearing. Thank you for your patience.
Vamos a continuar con la audiencia. Muchas gracias por su paciencia.
You are here today on allegations of having dangerous drugs in your possession. That is a Class 4 felony.
Las alegaciones por las que usted está acá por tener posesiones de drogas consideradas peligrosas la categoría de este es de clase 4.
Also, drug paraphernalia. That is a Class 6 felony.
Y también parafenelia de drogas, la cual es categoría 6.
An attorney has been appointed to assist you.
Un abogado ha sido asignado para que pueda asistirle.
Your next hearing is downtown Phoenix on April 16th at 8:30 in the morning.
Su siguiente audiencia es en el centro de Phoenix el día 16 de abril a las 8:30 de la mañana.
You are going to be released today on your promise to go to the hearing and follow the release conditions.
El día de hoy se le va a liberar con la promesa de que usted va a seguir las condiciones de la libertad y también que usted va a presentarse a su próxima audiencia.
Your release conditions include do not possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription.
Una de las condiciones para poder liberarle es que usted no posea ni consuma ninguna droga que no sea con una receta médica.
All your information, including your attorney's phone number, is on your paperwork.
Toda su información y también el número de teléfono de su abogado se encuentra en los documentos.
Okay. Please take your paperwork, sir.
Tome, por favor, sus documentos, sus papeles.
Okay. Mr. Hidalgo, thank you very much for your service to the court. We could not have done that hearing without you. We appreciate you being here.
My pleasure. Thank you for calling Lionbridge. Have a good day. Thank you.
That was our last defendant on the calendar, and so at this time, the 5 a.m. initial appearance hearing calendar is in recess until 8 a.m. Okay?
And no house call.
No house calls.
All right,
Yeah.
have a good one. Have a good one.
done and you've received paperwork from the court, sit in the back row, except for the two females, you sit back here. I will remove you and take you out, take you where you're supposed to go. I'm going to release, it'll take 4 to 6 hours to get released. That's 4 to 6 hours to get released. If you cause a fuss to get isolated, you don't get released in our check. When you get to the next check, okay? If you're staying, we're gonna go process, and you're gonna get classified, minimum, maximum, medium. You're gonna get, approved by a doctor to send you out for medication or if you're withdrawn. Then you're gonna get dressed out into strike, okay? Once all that is complete, they will take you to transport and you will transfer you to your facility. Okay? Any questions, then ask me outside. Okay, welcome. Again, when you receive your paperwork, gentlemen, you sit in the back row by being moved. All right.
Thank you. You may be seated.
The interpreter on the phone, and this is going to have the.
Perfect. Thank you. Good morning. This is the time set for the 8 a.m. initial appearance calendar on April 2nd, 2026. The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. I will call you each one at a time to the podium. I'll provide a second name to sit in the chair outside of this room. I will let you know what you are here for, if I have appointed an attorney, if you have a bond, and what your release conditions are. If you are the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you are advised that you have rights under Arizona law that, among others, include the right to be treated with fairness, respect and dignity, to a speedy trial, to be present at court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss. If you have not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. If we could start with Jesus Rios to the podium and Frank Garcia to the chair. May I please get your name and date of birth?
Jesús Erasmo Río Benítez. Mi fecha de nacimiento es el 10 de marzo de 1977.
Jesus Erasmo Rios Benitez. My date of birth is March 10th, 1977. Jose Garcia, CITS Court Interpreter.
Thank you. You are here today on a new case. It is for one count of exceeding the speed limit by more than 20 miles per hour, Class 3 misdemeanor, and one count of open container in a vehicle, a Class 2 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found. However, due to the nature of your charges, you are not entitled to court-appointed counsel, but you may hire an attorney at your own expense. You will have a hearing in the Ironwood Justice Court on April 21st at 9 a.m.
Your Honor, would you request a repetition on the date of the hearing?
Absolutely. April 21st at 9 a.m. I am releasing you today on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear at this hearing. You do have written conditions of release. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription, and you're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You also need to ensure that you attend all of your future hearings. If you fail to appear, a warrant will issue, and then you will likely be held on bond at your next hearing. This will all be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
That's fine. No.
If you could take a step to your left, the officer will get you that paperwork. And Mr. Interpreter, do you mind making a general call to the gallery to see if anybody else will need your assistance?
Absolutely, Your Honor. ¿Existe alguien más presente el día de hoy que necesite los servicios de interpretación al idioma español? Si puede, por favor, levantar su mano en este mismo momento.
All right, no hands. I do appreciate your assistance this morning. Feel free to disconnect at your convenience.
Always a pleasure, Your Honor. Have a wonderful day, you and your staff.
Thank you, you too. We could have Frank Garcia to the podium and Damian Sanchez to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Frank Garcia, 6/15/91.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a warrant from the Graham County Superior Court. You are here today on a probation violation warrant that issued on September 10th of 2025. I am appointing an attorney to represent you, and I'm setting a hearing. It will take place in Graham County Superior Court on April 7th at 8:30. You are being held non-bondable on this case, so you will remain in custody, and they will transport you to that hearing.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any questions, sir?
No, ma'am.
Please take a step to your left. The officer will get you that paperwork. Damian Sanchez to the podium. Ramir Guilford to the chair. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Damian Andres Sanchez,
And your date of birth, sir?
8/12/94.
Thank you. It does look like you are here today on two cases. You're here on a new case as well as a failure to appear warrant that was issued for you. Your new charges are for 1 count of narcotic drugs, a class 4 felony, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a class 6 felony. I am finding probable cause and appointing an attorney to represent you in that case. You're here on a failure to appear case. That is related to a pending dangerous drug possession, a class 4 felony, and 1 count of shoplifting, a class 1 misdemeanor. I'll affirm the attorney previously appointed to represent you in that case. You're going to have 3 hearings coming up. You'll start with a status conference, April 8th at 8:30, an evidentiary hearing, April 9th at 1:30, and a preliminary hearing, April 10th at 8:30. On the case you failed to appear, you do have a secured appearance bond of $500. However, in your new case, because you were out on felony release in that other case at the time of this alleged offense, you're not eligible for bond on your new case. The time set to determine if bond will be set on these new charges is the evidentiary hearing on April 9th at 1:30. So posting the secured appearance bond of $500 in the failure to appear case will not get you released from custody until you have this evidentiary hearing on April 9th to find out what's going to happen on your new charges. Okay?
Yeah.
This will be in your paperwork. Did you have any questions?
No, well, so when I was released before, I was released out into the streets. I didn't have anywhere to go and lost the paperwork and everything like that. But now I finally just barely got myself into somewhere to be. Is there any way that I could get out at least on house arrest? Because I am working and I'm working with things with my kids and got a lot of stuff going on right now. I'm trying to go home. I've been doing a lot better. Is there anything that we can do?
So because you have that pending case, when you're arrested for any new case, when you have pending felony charges, even if you didn't fail to appear, but if you have any pending felony charges and you're arrested for new felony charges, the law requires that you be held non-bondable, and it's not within my discretion. So the law requires me on your new charges to hold you non-bondable until you have that evidentiary hearing. And because of that, changing the bond in the other case wouldn't do anything for you because you have to get to that evidentiary hearing on April 9th, and you will have to remain in custody until that time.
Okay.
Okay? If you take a step to your left, the officer will get you that paperwork. Ramir Guilford to the podium, Urbana Gastelio to the chair. I get your name and date of birth?
Ramir Guilford, 8/16/83.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a probation violation warrant that was issued. I am going to appoint an attorney to represent you and set a probation revocation hearing on April 8th at 8:30. It does look like you are here on an interstate compact warrant, therefore you're not eligible for bond today. So you will remain in custody until at least your probation revocation hearing on April 8th at 8:30. This will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
What, I didn't, so even though that case is up, even though I'm done with my time in Ohio, I still gotta, because I finished, I don't have, I'm done with my time. I got a paper from the court, from the state saying that I completed my expiration.
So the paperwork I have indicates that you were placed on probation for a period of 5 years to begin March 13th of 2023 here in Arizona.
Right.
And that time period has not expired yet. And there's allegations that you violated your probation. And so the warrant was issued. It looks like you were brought here in Ohio from the Department of Corrections. So you finished your time for the Department of Corrections. So the issue you're here for now relates to your probation case here in Arizona, and it looks like you have a couple more years on that probation case.
Right.
And they've indicated you violated that probation, and so that's why you're in custody here today. You'll need to remain in custody of the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office until at least your hearing on April 8th. It may change at that time. You'll meet with your attorney. You'll have a hearing as it relates to probation that day, but you will remain in custody until that.
So I can't get a bond, no amount?
It's not within my discretion because of the probation that you have. I cannot release you on bond today. Again, that could change on April 8th when you see the probation judge, but unfortunately it's not within my discretion here today. Okay, if you'll step to your left, the officer will get you that paperwork. Urbano Vesteo to the podium, Reginald Taylor to the chair. Can I get your name and date of birth?
10/24/92, Gastello Urbano.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. You are here for 3 counts of aggravated assault, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of assault, a Class 1 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference April 8th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing April 10th at 8:30. In this case, you do have a secured appearance bond of $50,000. In the event you post bond, you will be released to the supervision of pretrial services and you will be equipped with electronic monitoring. You will also have written conditions of release. You may not return to the scene of the alleged crime. No contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. If you reside at the same location as the alleged victim, you will have to find an alternative residence, but you may contact law enforcement for 1 civil standby to collect all of your belongings. This will all be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
But with the state picking it up and no charges pursued, how is there still a victim?
I'm not sure I understand your question. At this time, the police have arrested you on certain allegations, and they are recommending charges to be brought forward. So here, you're here today on a pre-filing based on those charges.
But upon which victim? Who victim?
The victim is, I believe it was your girlfriend or ex-girlfriend. There is, she's referred in different manners in this Form 4 that was provided. So I believe she's also your roommate.
But who would be the victim, though, if no charges were pursued?
Again, the alleged victim in this case does not have to pursue the charges in order for the police to arrest you on these allegations or for the state to move forward, but it would still make her the victim. And because of that, you are not to have any contact with her at this time, and you may not reside with her. So if you are, in fact, her roommate, you do have to find an alternative residence. Okay, anything further? Please take a step to your left. The officer will get you that paperwork. Reginald Taylor to the podium. Mr. Famati to the chair. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Reginald Taylor, 8/15/99.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. You are here for 1 count of dangerous drug possession for sale, a Class 2 felony, 1 count of dangerous drug possession for use, Class 4 felony, 2 counts of narcotic drug possession for sale, Class 3 felony, 2 counts of transporting narcotic drugs, a Class 3 felony, 3 counts of using electronic communications during a drug transaction, a Class 3 felony, 2 counts of narcotic drug possession for use, Class 4 felony, 3 counts of conspiracy, a Class 4 felony, and 2 counts of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. For purposes of today's hearing only, I'm not finding probable cause as it relates to the dangerous drug possession or dangerous drug possession for sale, but I am finding probable cause for the other charges. That doesn't mean those 2 charges are dismissed. It just means I don't have enough information today. I am appointing an attorney and setting a status conference April 8th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing April 10th at 8:30. In this case, you have a cash bond in the amount of $25,000. In the event you post bond and are released from custody, you have written conditions. You're not to initiate contact with any complainant or witness. You may not possess weapons or alcohol, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours. I do know that you're on probation with the City of Tempe. This will all be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
So you want 25,000 cash?
That's what your bond is, yes, sir.
I ain't got nothing else to say.
If you step to your left, the officer will get you that paperwork. Mr. Bamadi to the podium. Mr. Alhamdi to the chair. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Yes, ma'am. It's Oganil Gaga Alfred Bamani. Date of birth is January 31st, 91.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It is for 1 count of aggravated assault involving a dangerous instrument or deadly weapon, a Class 3 felony, and 1 count of criminal trespass, a Class 3 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a status conference April 8th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing April 10th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $25,000. In the event you post bond and are released from custody, you have written conditions. You may not return to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness, and you may not possess any weapons. This will all be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Please take a step to your left and the officer will get you that paperwork. Mr. Alhamdi to the podium. And Stephen Pomalski to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Fuad Al-Hamadani, January 10th, 94.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here today on 4 cases. You are here on new charges as well as 3 failure to appear bench warrants that were issued for you. Your new charges are for 1 count of burglary, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of possession of burglary tools, a Class 6 felony. I am finding probable cause and appointing an attorney to represent you in this case. The 3 cases you failed to appear on, it does appear that those are your probation cases. I'll affirm the attorney previously appointed to represent you in those cases, and your hearing as it relates to the probation case will be on April 3rd at 8:30. The hearings for your new charges will be a status conference April 8th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing April 10th at 8:30. So between the 4 cases, you have 3 hearings coming up. On your new charges, you have a secured appearance bond of $5,000 in each of your probation, the failure to appear, but your probation cases is $500 for a total bond of $6,500. In the event you do post your bond and are released from custody, you do have written conditions. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours. This will all be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
No.
Please take a step to your left and the officer will get you that paperwork. Stephen Pomalski to the podium, Bryce Lawler to the chair. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Stephen Plumsky, March 2nd, 1971.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It is for 1 count of burglary, a Class 4 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference April 8th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing April 10th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. In the event you post that bond and are released from custody, you'll have written conditions. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness, and you may not possess any weapons. This will all be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions? Please
No.
take a step to your left, and the officer will get you that paperwork. Bryce Lawler to the podium, Justin Salazar to the chair.
How you doing today?
May I get your name and date of birth?
06-1904, Bryce Lawler.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here today on 2 probation violation warrants with allegations you violated terms 3 and 5 of your probation.
No new charges though, right?
No new charges.
All right.
I'm appointing an attorney to represent you and setting a probation revocation hearing April 9th at 8:30.
You say a probation what?
A probation revocation
What's
hearing.
that? Like,
They're going to determine whether or not they're going to
they're gonna revoke it or put me back on?
Exactly.
They should keep me on because I haven't done nothing else. I've been doing what I was doing, so.
So you're going to talk to your attorney about that on April 9th, and then they'll present that evidence to the
Do I
probation
have a
court
bond?
that day. You do have a bond. You have a secured appearance bond of $500 in one case, $200 in the, hold on, sir. Give me an opportunity to finish, and then I'll give you an
Yes, ma'am.
opportunity
My
to
bad.
speak. You have $500 in one case,
Mhm.
$200 in the second case, for a total bond of $700.
Okay.
In the event you post that bond and are released from custody, you have written conditions. You may not possess weapons or alcohol, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours of
Yes,
release.
ma'am. Can you, I'm sorry to cut you off, can you write down my probation officer number for me, please, and thank you?
The main phone number will be in the paperwork. I don't have your direct probation officer's phone number. Contact the main line. They'll get you the direct number.
Okay,
of your
yes, ma'am.
probation officer. All right, please take a step to your left. The officer will get you that paperwork. Justin Salazar to the podium. Trayona Henderson to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Salazar Justin, JUSTIN July 21st, 1997.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on two cases. You're here on a new case and a Peoria Municipal Court warrant. Your new charges are for 1 count of intent to facilitate shoplifting, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of criminal trespass, a Class 3 misdemeanor. I am finding probable cause and appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a status conference April 8th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing April 10th at 8:30.
Okay.
In this case, you have a secured appearance bond of $500.
Okay.
A warrant issued out of the Peoria Municipal Court with allegations you violated your probation. I'm appointing an attorney and setting a hearing on April 7th at 9 a.m. in the Peoria Municipal Court. You also have a secured appearance bond of $500 in that case, for a total bond of $1,000. In the event you do post bond and are released from custody, you have written conditions. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release. This will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
No.
Please take a step to your left, and the officer will get you that paperwork. Trayona Henderson to the podium, Michael Marola to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Triana Henderson, April 23rd, 1999.
Thank you, ma'am. You are here today because a direct complaint was filed on January 2nd of 2026. It has an offense date of August 20th of 2025 for 1 count of fraudulent scheme, a Class 2 felony. I'm appointing an attorney to represent you and setting a status conference April 8th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing April 10th at 8:30. In this case, you do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. In the event you were to post bond and be released from custody, you'd have written conditions. You're not to initiate contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness, and you may not possess any weapons. This will be in your paperwork, ma'am. Did you have any questions?
No.
Please take a step to your left, and the officer will get you that paperwork. Michael Marola to the podium, Francisco Tovar to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Yeah, my name is Michael Marola, and 9/20/1996.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case for 1 count of assault, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and 1 count of disorderly conduct, also a Class 1 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have an arraignment hearing in the Surprise Municipal Court on April 7th at 1:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. In the event you post bond and are released from custody, you do have written conditions. You may not return to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness, and you may not possess any weapons. This will all be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
Yeah, so I won't be, I have work. I was told that I would be able to possibly get released so I can go to work and go back on the court date. I live with my sister in Surprise, and I get paid today. I'm supposed to move into an apartment tomorrow. Like, I live in Surprise. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just trying to make sure I can keep my job.
So you have a bond that would need to be posted in order to be released from custody. The officers will take you to processing here in the next 30 minutes or so. They'll give you the instructions as well as access to a telephone in order to contact family or friends. If the $500 is posted, you will be released from custody, and then it will be your responsibility to get yourself to these hearings. If you're unable to post the $500, you'll remain in custody and they'll transport you to that hearing.
So I can't be released on recognizance?
Not today, sir. You do have a bond that would need to be posted.
And then I can pay that bond later?
So you'll remain in custody until it's paid, but once it's paid, you'll be released from custody. Once it's posted, it takes about 4 to 6 hours to be released.
Okay, so I can post it possibly today?
Yes, of course. They'll give you instructions here in about the next 30 minutes. Francisco Tovar to the podium. Aaron Blick to the chair. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Francisco Johnson Cedeno Tovar, and my birthday is 08/28/89.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a failure to appear bench warrant that was issued for you on your probation case. I'm affirming the attorney previously appointed and setting a probation revocation hearing April 9th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in this case in the amount of $200. In the event you post that bond and are released from custody, you have written conditions. You may not possess weapons or alcohol, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours. This will all be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Thank you so much. If you'll step to your left, the officer will get you that paperwork. Aaron Blick to the podium. Jenna Rowley to the chair. I get your name and date of birth.
Aaron James Blick, 10/1/83.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case that is for 1 count of narcotic drug possession and 1 count of dangerous drug possession, both Class 4 felonies, and 2 counts of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a status conference April 16th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing April 20th at 8:30. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear at these hearings.
Thank you.
But you do have written conditions. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription, and you may not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. This will all be included in your paperwork. Did you have any questions?
No, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Please take a step to your left. The officer will get you that paperwork. Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
Jenna Rowley to the podium. Angelo Malik to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Jenna Lee Robin Rowley, 9/19/86.
Thank you, ma'am. You are here today on a new case. It is for 1 count of disobeying an order of the court, Class 1 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found. However, due to the nature of your charges, you're not entitled to court-appointed counsel, but you may hire one at your own expense. You're going to have an arraignment hearing in the Surprise Municipal Court on April 28th at 1:30 p.m. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear, but you do have written conditions of release, and I caution you that you read them very carefully. You do have a previous no victim contact order from Surprise Municipal Court. If you were to violate that, again, then you could be facing felony aggravated harassment charges. And if probable cause was found, you would be held non-bondable in custody. So you need to make sure you follow your written conditions of release from your previous case. These release orders you're going to have today are going to be very similar. It does include not returning to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. This will all be in your paperwork. Did you have any questions?
No, I was just going to give you a very brief description of what had happened. So
I'm going to stop you there,
Okay,
and the reason
okay.
I'm going to do that is you are being recorded.
Okay.
And so I don't want you to talk about the facts of your case here on the record today. We're not here to decide whether or not you did what they said you did, and you're not being found guilty. Those hearings will take place at the Surprise Municipal Court.
Thank
okay?
you.
Did you have any questions as it relates to your release conditions?
No, thank you.
Okay. Please take a step to your left. The officer will get you that paperwork. Angelo Malik to the podium and Mario Rios to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Angelo McCoy Molly,
And your date of birth, sir?
12/24/1976.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on 3 cases. You're here on a new case and your 2 probation cases. Your new charges are for 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony, and one count of criminal trespass, a Class 1 misdemeanor. And because you were on probation at the time of this alleged offense, you're here on 2 Term 1 probation violations. I am finding probable cause and appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a probation revocation hearing April 9th at 8:30, a status conference April 16th at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing April 20th at 8:30. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance, subject to the supervision of the Adult Probation Department, but you do have written conditions of release. You may not return to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with any complainant or witness. You may not possess weapons or alcohol, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release. This will all be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
No, but anyway, you think that I can be at the halfway hours?
So I can't order you to a halfway house today. If you want to enroll in one, you may do so, but you will need to still go to these hearings. Otherwise, talk to your attorney about that at the hearing on April 9th, and they may be able to get that included in your paperwork, okay?
So you mean that I gotta be a little bit on the street or gotta be in jail?
I'm releasing you, and you can go live where you would like to. You just need to make sure that you go to these hearings.
Okay,
Okay?
thank you. I
Please take a
appreciate
step to your left. And the
I was
officer-
surprised. I think I was supposed, instead of violation, I think I was supposed to be in jail until I get done with it, but if I get a leave, I'll make sure I'll be there.
So the address will be in your paperwork. The hearings won't take place here, but just make sure you go to those hearings. Again, you can live where you want to live. Just make sure you attend the hearings, okay?
I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, sir. Please take a step to your left. The officer will get you that paperwork.
All right, thanks.
Mario Rios to the podium and Michael Broder to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Mario Rios, 05/16/1998.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It is for one count of driving with a license that was suspended, revoked, or canceled, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and one count of exceeding the posted speed limit by more than 20 miles per hour, a Class 3 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found. However, due to the nature of your charges, you're not entitled to court-appointed counsel, but you may hire an attorney at your own expense. You're going to have an arraignment hearing in the Goodyear Municipal Court on April 22nd at 1 p.m. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear at that hearing. But you do have written conditions. You may not possess or consume drugs without a valid prescription, and you may not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. Right now, it does indicate your driver's license is suspended, so you cannot drive until you get that resolved, okay? This will be in your paperwork. Did you have any questions?
I appreciate you.
Thank you, sir. Please take a step to your left. The officer
Yeah.
will get you that paperwork.
Have a good day.
You too. Michael Broder to the podium. I get your name and date of birth?
My name is Michael Broder. It's August 23rd, 1983.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It is for one count of dangerous drug possession, a Class 4 felony, one count of resisting arrest, a Class 5 felony, one count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a status conference April 16th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing April 20th at 8:30. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. It is subject to the supervision of the Adult Probation Department. It does look like you currently have hearings pending in your Adult Probation Department, so you'll still need to ensure you attend those along with these hearings. I actually think your hearing was this morning at 8:30.
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on one moment. I'm going to see if I can figure out who that judge is. Okay, I'm going to send an email to their staff. I'm not sure they will get it in time because your hearing has already started, but I will let them know that you were here today. Follow up with your probation officer and your attorney to see if they rescheduled that hearing, okay?
Okay. Thank you.
All right, you do have written conditions of release. It does include you may not possess weapons or alcohol, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours, okay? Again, make sure you go to these hearings. I'm going to send an email over to them. I can't guarantee that they won't issue the warrant. The hearing already started, but follow up with them to see what happens so you can get that resolved, okay?
Okay,
All right, please take a step to your left. The officer will get you that paperwork.
thank you.
Why not?
Jeez.
Farmer. You're not going nowhere. You're coming over.
And can you give me just one moment, then I'll call you up? Okay, can I have Mr. Farmer to the podium, please? May I get your name and date of birth?
I, Wayne Farmer, March 24th, 2003.
Thank you, Mr. Farmer. And can I get the state's appearance for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Brooke Vaughn on behalf of the state.
Thank you, Ms. Gaunt. We are here today on a new case. It is for one count of child sex trafficking, a Class 2 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a couple of hearings coming up here in Phoenix. You're going to have a status conference April 8th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing April 10th at 8:30. Next, we need to discuss any bonds you may have and release conditions. But before we do that, I do want to hear from the state. Ms. Gaunt?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state's asking for a $100,000 cash-only bond along with electronic monitoring if Mr. Farmer is able to post that. Although the state does acknowledge, it doesn't appear that Mr. Farmer has any prior criminal history. This is a very serious charge. He allegedly secured a hotel room for the 15-year-old sex trafficking victim. Our understanding is that his listed residence is in California, and we don't believe he has any specific ties to Arizona. He is facing a very lengthy time in prison if he is convicted of these charges. We are concerned that he is a danger to the community as well as a flight risk.
Thank you, Ms. Gaunt. And Mr. Farmer, I have reviewed the allegations in this case. I've also heard from the state, and I've reviewed your criminal history, or in your case, the lack thereof. I do, however, have some concerns regarding the allegations in this case. You are facing some very serious charges. I also do note that it does indicate that your current address is in California, and I don't show any ties to the state of Arizona, so I do have some concerns regarding flight. I am going to set a cash bond in the amount of $100,000. In the event you do post that bond, you will be released to the supervision of pretrial services, and you will be equipped with electronic monitoring, and you have written conditions. You may not return to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with the alleged victim, complainant, or witness, and you may not have contact with any minors. This will all be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
I have a couple questions. All right, so you said I can go back to the scene. I have my property at my hotel room.
Okay,
Like-
so you have property at this location?
Yeah, so like how would that work for me to get that back?
I can add some information in here that you can contact law enforcement for one civil standby to go back and collect those belongings. Just don't go back without, contacting them for a civil standby.
Okay.
Did you have any other questions, sir?
Oh yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. If the bond is 100,000, how much do I have to pay?
100,000.
The full 100,000 is crazy.
Yes, sir.
There's no way I could get OR and be on ankle monitor or something? 'Cause I don't have no record. Like, I feel like this is really a misunderstanding, man. Like,
So I have appointed an attorney to represent you, and you can talk to your attorney about the facts of this case. Based on the information that I do have here today, you do have the bond. If once you talk to your attorney, they feel like it's appropriate to make a motion to the court to modify the release conditions, they may do so, but that won't take place today.
okay.
Okay, if you'll take a seat in the gallery, they'll bring you out your paperwork. Thank you, sir. And thank you, Ms. Gaunt. The remaining cases will proceed as a house call due to being a danger to self or others. Case number 5 and 31, David Doyle, also known as David Dukowski. Date of birth, March 30th, 1978, is here on a new case, as well as his probation case. His new charge is for 1 count of trafficking stolen property, a Class 2 felony, 2 counts of taking the identity of another, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of theft of a credit card, a Class 5 felony. And he's here on his probation case for a Term 1 probation violation. I am finding probable cause and appointing an attorney to represent him. He will have a status conference April 8th at 8:30, a probation revocation hearing April 9th at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing April 10th at 8:30. On his new charges, he will have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $10,000. However, on his probation case, he is being held non-bondable. So posting that bond will not get him released at this time until he has at least his probation hearing. All of this will be in his paperwork. Case number 7, Kaniski Cretain, date of birth October 1st, 1991, is here on a new case for 1 count of burglary in the 3rd degree, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of burglary in the 3rd degree for an unlawful entry, a Class 4 felony, and 2 counts of criminal trespass, a Class 3 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent him. He will have a status conference April 8th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing April 10th at 8:30. He does have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. In the event he posts bond and is released from custody, he has written conditions of release. He may not return to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. This will all be in his paperwork. If anything changes after I meet with these parties, I will update the written record. This does conclude our 8 a.m. calendar, and we will now stand in recess until 11 a.m.
Good morning at the jail.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Oh.
Would you like to see the Spanish-speaking client first?
Yes, please. I believe it's Ms. Lizafer, if I'm saying that remotely correctly.
Yes, I do not know. However, Your Honor, I also wanted to let you know, I spoke to everyone who is STEPS eligible or could be screened for the STEPS program. They are all interested in the program except Mr. Alexander Obregon. And so I think he might benefit from having you going over the program with him, but everyone else is interested.
Thank you.
Okay.
And good morning, Your Honor. This is the Spanish interpreter on the line.
All right, thank you very much. And good morning, ma'am. Could you please tell me your name?
Buenos días, señora. Por favor, ¿me dice su nombre?
Rebeca.
Rebeca.
And your last name as well, please.
También su apellido.
Blazefer.
Blazefer.
All right. Ms. Blazefer, this is your initial appearance.
Mi señora Blazefer, esta es su comparecencia inicial.
I'm seeing you on charges that allege that you committed escape in the third degree, driving under the influence, and failure to obey a police officer.
Y tengo los cargos en su contra que se alega que usted, como delito de tercer grado, de conducir bajo la influencia de las drogas o alcohol y de no... an interpreter would like Your Honor to request for the third one, failed to...
Sure, yeah, failure to obey a police officer.
Y por no obedecer a un oficial, un agente de policía.
You do have the right to remain silent. You are presumed innocent of these allegations, and anything you say about them could be used against you.
Usted tiene derecho a permanecer en silencio y cualquier cosa que diga se puede utilizar en su contra.
In order to prepare for this hearing, I reviewed the information from pretrial services, along with the state's recommendation and the interim complaint.
Y para prepararme para su audiencia, yo revisé todos los informes de servicios previos al juicio, de la recomendación de la fiscalía y también la queja interina.
The state's recommending that I release you to the supervision of pretrial services. Ms. Seamanette Keller, any objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
La fiscalía está recomendando que usted sea liberada bajo la supervisión de los servicios previos al juicio y le pregunta a la abogada defensora si hay alguna objeción. Dice que no hay objeción.
So, ma'am, I am going to release you to the supervision of pretrial services with certain conditions.
Y señora, entonces la voy a dejar en libertad bajo la supervisión de los servicios previos al juicio con unas condiciones.
Those conditions include that you not drive without a valid driver's license and that you consume no alcohol or illegal drugs.
Y estas condiciones es que usted no puede conducir sin tener una licencia válida para conducir y que tiene prohibido consumir drogas o alcohol.
And because you're being supervised by pretrial services, please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with.
Y como usted va a estar bajo la supervisión de los servicios previos al juicio, por favor, obedece el monitoreo y los tratamientos que le indiquen en los servicios previos al juicio.
Your next court date is a preliminary hearing that's going to be on April 22nd at 1:30 in the afternoon.
Su próxima fecha de corte es una audiencia preliminar. Va a ser el 22 de abril a la 1:30 de la tarde.
And I have not said this yet, but I'm appointing the Pima County Public Defender to represent you, ma'am.
Todavía no lo he dicho, pero voy a nombrar a la Defensoría del Condado de Pima para que la represente.
So please stay in contact with them as your case plays out.
Entonces, por favor, manténgase en contacto con ellos mientras está el proceso su caso.
And it's important that you come back to future court dates because if you do not do that, a warrant will issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Y es importante que usted se presente a todas sus fechas futuras de corte porque si usted no se presenta, se puede emitir una orden de arresto en su contra. ¿Lo comprende?
Sí.
Yes.
Thank you very much. You're excused.
Muchas gracias y ya se puede retirar.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I do not have a copy of PCAO recommendation. I know I'm covering for another attorney. I was wondering if I could receive a copy, please.
Yeah, I can actually, just a second.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, I just forwarded that to Ms. Keller as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Taylor.
Just received it. Thank you so much.
Yep, no problem. And
Your Honor, if there's no,
yes, you may be excused. Thank you very much. You read my mind.
thank you, Your Honor. Interpreter will now disconnect.
Yep, have a good day.
You too.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Please tell me your name.
Allen Renwick.
Renwick. I am seeing you this morning on, let's see. Looks like it relates to a failure to appear in relation to a court order for a first-degree misdemeanor. So give me just a second here. Let me take a look at this. It looks like you're also being seen on an FDA out of, or not an FDA. You got a, yeah, you do have a Superior Court hold. So if you haven't been seen by the judge on that, you will soon. And I'm not talking with you about that today. That's not on the agenda, but you will talk with the judge about that soon. So as it relates to this Saurita matter, it looks like it relates to some sort of failure to comply. So in any event, sir, if I release you as it relates to that matter, will you come back to court, assuming that you're out of custody for your next court date?
Yes.
Okay. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to release you on this matter, sir. Your next court date is going to be on April 28th. It's going to be at 8:30 in the morning in Saurita Municipal Court. You're going to get paperwork that says the address and the day and the time of this, but April 28th, 8:30 down in Saurita. It's important that you come back to that hearing down there, sir, because if you do not do that, then a warrant's going to issue for your arrest. If you still happen to be in custody at that time, then you'll probably be seen on video. So that'll take care of that. But if you are out of custody, sir, find a way to get down there, please. All right. Do you understand?
Your time credit address.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. Yeah. So what I'm going to do, no problem. I'm going to impose a $100 cash secured bond that will ensure that you get time credit for that, sir. And in light of the court date changing, well, in light of the bond situation changing, your court date's going to move up. It's going to be to April 7th at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And if you're going to be in custody for the, prolonged period of time, you may be able to get it resolved in some way, shape, or form on the 7th, but that's your next court date. So that'll be on Tuesday the 7th, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and you should be seen on video, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, you got it. Have a good day. Oh, sorry. These new folders? Good morning.
Good morning.
Please tell me your name.
Joy Addy.
All right, Ms. Addy, this is your initial appearance. Give me just a moment. I'm seeing things. I'm seeing you on a matter out of Pima County Justice Court. I'm also seeing you on a matter out of Tucson City Court. The Justice Court matter relates to a failure to appear in relation to an allegation that you committed an assault, which is a misdemeanor. That's alleged to have happened back on August 14th of 2022. So it's a bit old. And then as to the city court matter, that alleges that you committed criminal trespass in the first degree. And that is alleged to have happened back in August of 2022 as well. So August 3rd of 2022. On both of these matters, ma'am, you are presumed innocent. You do have the right to remain silent as it relates to any of the allegations, and anything you say about them could be used against you. Okay, so give me just a moment. And it does appear that you were previously released to pretrial services on at least one of these two cases. So for that reason, ma'am, I am going to impose a bond on the Justice Court matter. That's going to be a $250 cash or secured bond, and give you an attorney as well. That attorney is going to be William Parvin is his name. And your court date, ma'am, it's going to be tomorrow at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And if you're still in custody, basically, if you don't post the bond, you'll be seen on video for that court date. If you do post the bond, then it's important that you come down to Justice Court tomorrow at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Otherwise, a warrant will likely issue for your arrest. The address for Justice Court, if you're unaware, will be on the paperwork that you get. So that court date tomorrow, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Also, please have no contact with the alleged victim. I'm ordering that as a condition, ma'am. And that takes care of that one. We're going to move on to the city court matter now. And as to that failure to appear on that case, I'm going to release you. And your next court date on that one is going to be for what's called a non-transport review. And so that I'm going to set on May 15th at 9 o'clock in the morning. And if you're out of custody by then, which I would imagine that you probably will be if these are the only two things that you have going on, it's important that you come down to court for that hearing, because if you don't do that, then a warrant's going to issue for your arrest. And just a second, the court is also going to order that you not go back to the incident location where this criminal trespass is alleged to have occurred. And that looks like that was at 1240 West Ajo. So just a second. Appears to be an apartment complex, something like that. So please don't go back to what appears to be maybe an apartment, Santa Cruz Apartments. So please don't go back there, ma'am. And as to this matter, I'm going to release you on your promise to appear. However, because I'm holding you in the other matter, I'm going to appoint the city PD to represent you in this matter, ma'am. So you have an attorney on that case as well. A couple final things from me, and then we'll be done. So it's important that you come back, because you'll get a warrant if you don't, like I said. And then the second thing is that not only could you get a warrant if you don't come back to court, but on the city court matter, trial could go forward in your absence. And if you were convicted at the trial that happened in your absence and couldn't be sentenced within 90 days of that conviction because you didn't come to court, then you would lose the ability to appeal your conviction. You understand that, ma'am?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Have a good day. Okay, thank you. Sorry. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Please tell me your name.
Cody Magnus, Megnus.
Thank you very much. Just a moment. All right, so this is your initial appearance, sir. I'm seeing you on a couple charges of disorderly conduct, both of which are alleged to be acts of domestic violence, both of which are alleged to have happened yesterday about a little after 5 in the afternoon. So on both of those charges, sir, you're presumed innocent. And just a second. Anything you say about the charges could be used against you, and you do have the right to remain silent, of course. So, sir, if I release you, will you come back to court? And just a second here. Also, if I release you, sir, the court is additionally going to order that you have no contact with the alleged victims, who are David Magnus and Penny Magnus. And I say that because typically before these sort of court hearings, pretrial services will try to see if input from the victims can be received about whether or not they're okay with you having contact with them, returning to their residence, things like that. They were not able to get in contact with them. So because I don't know how they feel about all this, I'm going to order that you have no contact with them. Are you willing to comply with that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you live at a different address, sir?
No, those are the two people I live with.
Okay. Do you have a different place that you could go to in the short term?
I don't think so.
Okay. Just a second.
I might be able to get like a hotel for a couple of days or something.
Okay. And it is also something where if it turns out that they are okay with you having contact with them and it turns out that they are okay with you returning to the residence, then that's fine. However, you need to have a judge change that condition before you start going back there. Does that make sense, sir?
Yes.
Okay. So I am going to release you in light of that information, and I'm going to set your next court date. It's going to be an arraignment that's going to be on April 13th. So that's Monday, April 13th. 10:30 in the morning. That's going to be in Justice Court downtown. You're going to get paperwork that has the address on it. As I said, I'm going to have order for today's sake that you have no contact with the alleged victims. Do not go to the victim's residence. And also, sir, that you not consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. And then it's important that you come back to court, sir, because if you do not come back to court, then a warrant will likely issue for your arrest. And if you are the victims, if you need to have that condition changed based on the fact that your parents are okay with contact still, you can file a motion with the court to do that. I mean, you could take it up on the 13th, but if you want it resolved sooner than the 13th, you'd need to file a motion with the courthouse downtown. You can do that just by coming in and filling out a document, and the address for the courthouse is going to be on the paperwork you get, okay?
Sounds good.
All right, sir, you are excused. Good morning, ma'am.
Oye,
Please tell me your name.
soy Pete.
All right, Miss Peets. Seen you on a matter out of South Tucson City Court. And it relates to, let's see, an allegation that you committed a shoplifting, a criminal trespass, and then also that you disobeyed a lawful order. You're presumed innocent of these three allegations, ma'am. Anything you say about them could be used against you. And you do have the right to remain silent as well. So if I release you, ma'am, will you come back to court?
Yes.
Okay. So that's what I'm going to do. And so your next court date is going to be April 21st, 10 o'clock in the morning. That's going to be in South Tucson City Court. You're going to get the paperwork that has the address for that courthouse if you're not familiar with where it is. So a couple other things I'm going to order, ma'am, is that you not go back to the incident location, which is it's a Walgreens. It's alleged to be a Walgreens down there in South Tucson. So please don't go back to that Walgreens. And that's going to take care of it, other than to let you know, ma'am, that you got to come back to court, because if you don't come back to court, then a warrant's going to issue for your arrest. And also, once you get released from the jail, ma'am, there's a place that's right around the corner from the jail. I mean, it's like literally on the same property. It's called the Transition Center. It has resources for folks that may benefit from that as it relates to, you know, different things that can kind of help you get back on your feet as you're released from the jail and head back down to South Tucson. If you're interested in what they have to offer, ma'am, resources and so forth, please head over there. I believe there's actually a little path that's on the sidewalk, like a blue path, that if you walk that path from where you get out of the jail, there's a trailer on the property that can help you out with resources, getting a phone, potentially things like that, if you need that sort of support, okay? You understand? All right, thanks. You're excused. Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Please tell me your name.
Ryan K. Silky Reeves, sir.
All right, thank you. Just a moment. Second. All right, Mr. Silky Reeves, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on a charge that allegedly you failed to appear in relation to possession of a prescription-only drug. It's actually a warrant, not a charge. So it's a warrant relating to an allegation of failing to appear in relation to a prescription-only drug possession, and then possession of drug paraphernalia. So as to those matters, sir, you are presumed innocent. Anything you say about them could be used against you And think you may have a Superior Court hold because I recall seeing you on a matter in Superior Court. So give me just a second.
Yes, sir, I do.
Yeah, I see that. Okay, so you're probably going to be, well, I'm only talking about the misdemeanor today. So what I'm going to do,
And the only reason I have a failure to appear, sir, is I got injured and it's greatly limited my mobility.
got it. I understand. So what I'm going to do, sir, is I'm going to hold you on a $250 cash secured bond on this misdemeanor. That will help you get time credit for that. And your next court date on that's going to be tomorrow at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. You'll be seen on video from the jail. And
I have surgery tomorrow morning, sir.
oh, you do? Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. So let me not do that then. I'm going to release.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to release.
I'm sorry, I'll be at Banner, Maine at 8 o'clock in the morning, and I don't know when I'll be released.
No, you're good. Thank you for letting me know that. That's helpful. So I'm going to set your next court date instead on the 13th. That's going to be at 8:30 in the morning. I am going to release you in light of that. And when I say release, just as to this case. So you'll have your court date. You'll probably be seen on video, assuming that you're still in custody on the 13th, and that will be on video at Justice Court. And it may be something where just let the prosecutor know at the time of that hearing that you are in, I mean, he's going to see that you're in custody. Let him know how long you've been in custody for, because if you're interested in resolving the case at that time, then you might have the ability to do it and just check this off your list if you're interested in doing that. You, of course, have the right to go to trial on it, and you are presumed innocent, so you're under no obligation to agree to anything. But just as an FYI, that may be an option for you on the 13th, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, so that'll take care of that, sir. And other than letting you know that you need to come back to court if you're out of custody, because you'll get a warrant if you don't, that's it for today, sir. Have a good day.
Yes, sir.
19, okay, thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir, Your Honor.
Could you please tell me your name?
Ryan Michael McEntee.
All right, just a second. Tell me that again, sir. What's your name?
Ryan Michael McEntee.
I'm not.
Dr. Ryan Michael McEntee.
Gail, what's this individual's name? Do we have a ID on it?
Yes, Your Honor. His name is in fact Ryan Michael McEntee. McEntee.
Correct.
I'm not seeing him on the list. Was he added?
But they were going to release me.
Hang on a second, sir. I'll come back to you in a second.
Well, Your Honor, this is the list we had him on this morning as well.
Yeah, we don't have him on our list here, so we don't have anything on him. I believe he's going to need to be continued to this evening because we have no information on him at all. We don't even show him on the list. So
Can I elect to tell you what I'm charged with at all?
no, I appreciate you offering to do that, sir, but we're going to need to continue your matter to this evening because you did not make the cutoff as far as the list that we received.
So you just don't have my information there, right?
So you'll be seen this evening at 7 p.m. So you'll be seen at 7 p.m. this evening instead of right now. It's possible you may be released at that time. It's just given that we don't have any information on you besides what you're telling me, sir. And
Well, I have a connection to a CAS homeless ID is my ID. It's in my papers and stuff. It's a picture ID. My photo ID was stolen and I've got.
Yeah, unfortunately, sir, we're going to need to continue you to this evening. Okay. So thank you, sir. You'll be seen this evening. So please just hang in there for a few hours. You'll be seen tonight. Thank you.
About talking over you, Your Honor.
Right. Morning, sir.
Morning.
Nathan Anthony Soto.
Your Honor, if you're speaking to us, we cannot hear you. We,
Can you hear me now?
yes, Your Honor.
Okay. My apologies. So, sir, this is your initial appearance. You've been charged with assault and disorderly conduct, both of which are alleged to be acts of, not acts of domestic violence, both of which are alleged to be misdemeanors. You are presumed innocent of them. You do have the right to remain silent, and anything you say about them could be used against you. So, just a moment, sir. If I release you, sir, are you willing to have no contact whatsoever with the alleged victim and come back to court?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. All right. Given that you're telling me that, I am going to release you. Give me just a moment. So have no contact. Yeah, Nicholas Townsend is a victim.
Oh.
So please don't have any contact with him. And you're going to be released on your promise to appear. Do not go back to the incident location, please. And your next court date, it's going to be in front of Judge Mayhew in City Court. You're going to get paperwork that says this. It's going to be on May 1st, so the first day of May.
Okay.
And that's going to be at 9:30 in the morning. And a couple things, and then we're going to be done. That's going to be for a pretrial. It's important that you come back to court, sir, because if you don't do that, a warrant's going to issue for your arrest. That's number one. And number two is that trial could go forward in your absence. If trial went forward in your absence without you being present, then you could lose the ability to appeal that conviction if you did not show up within 90 days of that conviction. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
All right.
Morning, sir. Could you please tell me your name?
Morning, Jose Noriega.
I'm Noriega. This is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on a felony matter that alleges that you possess a narcotic drug and that you possess drug paraphernalia. You are presumed innocent of that, sir. Anything you say about it could be used against you. You do have the right to remain silent as well. And so you also have the right to be represented by an attorney. And to that end, I'm appointing the Pima County legal defender to represent you, sir. Ms. Simonette Keller is seated to your left. She's going to help you out for the purpose of today's hearing. And in order to prepare for this hearing or review the information for pretrial services, the interim complaint, and the state's recommendation, which is that I release you to the supervision of pretrial services and set what's called a steps court hearing. So, Ms. Simonette Keller, you need to be heard further on that?
No, Your Honor, we're also asking for release to pretrial services.
All right, so that's what I'm going to do, sir. I'm going to release you to the supervision of pretrial services. So please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. Court's additionally going to order that you not consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, possess no firearms or weapons. Your next court date is going to be a preliminary hearing. It's going to be on May 18th. That's May 18th, 1:30 in the afternoon. And I believe Ms. Simonette Keller spoke with you about this already, but I just want to give you a brief rundown of steps because it's important and it's a pretty good opportunity, assuming that you're eligible for it. It looks like you're eligible for that program called STEPS. So the way it works, sir, is that if you're eligible for it and you comply with the conditions, basically you complete some drug treatment and you stay in contact with the pretrial services, then the entire case can be dismissed. So you're getting a felony case dismissed before you even get indicted, let alone convicted. So that's a pretty good opportunity. It sounds like that's something that you're interested in learning more about. You don't have to obligate yourself to anything, but just hearing more about it. And so what's important, sir, is that you come back to your next court date, which is going to be 1 week from today. That's Thursday, April 9th, 9 o'clock in the morning. It's going to be in Superior Court in front of Judge Miller on the 3rd floor. Come back to court 1 week from today and learn more about that program, please, because if you don't show up to court, you could lose the ability to participate in it. You could get a warrant for your arrest. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. You are excused.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good.
Good morning. Rita Hagopian.
This is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on charges that allege that you possessed a narcotic drug, you possessed a dangerous drug, and you possessed drug paraphernalia. You're presumed innocent of all three of these allegations, ma'am. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say about the case could be used against you. All right, so you also have the right to be represented by an attorney, and so I'm going to appoint an attorney from the Pima County Legal Defender's Office. And so in order to prepare for this hearing, I reviewed the information from pretrial services, the information in the interim complaint, and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $1,000 cash and secured bond and set a steps court hearing. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Nothing additional, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Simonet-Keller?
Thank you, Your Honor. We are asking for release to pretrial services, Your Honor. She has 0 prior violent conviction, is currently not a violent offense. She's also could potentially be steps eligible, which also means that she will be able to get treatment sooner if she's released. And then her ID verified her address. And then one moment, Your Honor, she's trying to.
Sure.
She also just informed me that she was on the phone with Heaven Residential, and that they will have a bed for her next week. They did the intake with her and all the screening apparently yesterday.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good to hear. I am going to hold you in custody, ma'am, on a $1,000 bond. The reason why I'm doing that is because you appear to be on felony probation on at least one matter, if not 2 matters from other counties. And so if it is, in fact, and if that bed at the Haven is ready to go, then your attorney can file a motion to modify and potentially have a judge release you at a later point so that you can take advantage of that opportunity at the Haven. So that's not outright prohibiting it, but the court is imposing that $1,000 cash secured bond today. And so please stay in contact with your attorney. That's really important that you do that. Additionally, the court is going to order that you will be supervised by pretrial services if that bond gets posted. No firearms or weapons, no alcohol or illegal drugs is another order of the court. And your preliminary hearing is going to be on April 13th at 1:30 in the afternoon. However, it looks like you're eligible for a program called STEPS. I believe Ms. Simonet-Keller's mentioned that to you both in this hearing and prior to that. And so it's a good opportunity, assuming that you're eligible for it. So is that something that you're interested in learning more about, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to set a court date for you. It's going to be 1 week from today. That's on Thursday, April 9th at 9 o'clock in the morning in front of Judge Miller, 3rd floor of Superior Court. If you're in custody, you'll be brought to court for that hearing. If you're out of custody, then you will need to come back to Superior Court a week from today for that hearing. Because if you do not do that, then you could lose the ability to participate in STEPS. And if you're eligible for it, as I'm sure you were told, you could potentially have your case dismissed which is it's a good opportunity, ma'am. And to the extent that you could benefit from some support as it relates to a substance abuse problem, you get that along the way as well. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. You're excused. Have a good day. Good morning, sir. Please tell me your name.
Joe Florida.
So we've seen you on a warrant of Maricopa County Superior Court alleging that you committed 5 counts of child or vulnerable adult abuse, and then also 2 counts of aggravated driving under the influence. You're presumed. Looks like it relates to a driving under the influence allegation. So, and so you're presumed innocent of that, sir. Anything you say about it could be used against you. You do have the right to remain silent as well. And it looks like the incident is alleged to happen back in July of 2022. And so, in order to prepare for this hearing, I did review the information on the warrant, along with the information from pretrial services. And so, and the state is requesting a $2,500 bond. Mr. Kaler, anything further on that?
Nothing additional, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Simonet-Keller?
Yes, Your Honor. We are asking for Mr. Mullen to be given a chance to show in person. So if he could be released to pretrial services, if Your Honor is not inclined to do that, we are asking for a low bond, lower than the 2,500, as Mr. Cullen is indigent, he's homeless and unemployed, so he wouldn't be able to pay such a high amount.
All right, just a second. All right, sir. So I am going to hold you on an $1,100 cash secured bond. If you post that bond, you are going to be supervised by pretrial services, so please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. I'm going to set your next court date as a preliminary hearing. I'm sorry, it's going to be an arraignment, actually. My apologies on that. An arraignment 1 week from today. It's at 1:30 in the afternoon in Pima County Superior Court. And if you post that bond, sir, you get out of custody. The court is ordering that you not drive without a valid driver's license, and that you consume no alcohol or illegal drugs. And so that takes care of it, sir, other than to advise that you need to come back to court, because if you don't do that, you're going to get a warrant for your arrest, okay? So thank you very much, sir. You're excused.
Your Honor, who was assigned to his case, please?
Oh, good question. PD? It's going to be PD representing Mr. Mullen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Please tell me your name.
Ignacio Holguin.
All right, Mr. Holguin, just a moment. So I'm seeing you on a few different matters. So I'm seeing you on, looks like a total of 4 things. Just a second. So I'm seeing you on 1 new charge that alleges that you committed organized retail theft. That's a felony. And then 3 failures to appear, 2 out of Tucson City Court, 1 out of South Tucson City Court. On all these matters, sir, you are presumed innocent. The failures to appear out of the misdemeanor courthouses, 2 of them relate to possession of drug paraphernalia. One relates to a theft allegation. You do have the right to remain silent as it relates to all these allegations, sir. Anything you say about them could be used against you. And in order to prepare for this hearing, you also have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I'm appointing the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you, sir. In order to prepare for this hearing and review the information in the interim complaint, the information from pretrial services and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $2,500 cash secured bond. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
No, Your Honor, nothing further.
All right, thank you. Ms. Simonette Keller?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. We are asking for release to pretrial services for Mr. Olgan to be given a chance. He has no prior violent conviction, is currently not a violent offense. Pretrial also noted that he needs assessment for substance abuse and mental health, which will be easier for him to get if he's out of custody. And also his priors are old, the last one from 2021. And lastly, it's also noted in the pretrial report that he is employed as a laborer, so he will be losing his job if he remains in custody.
Thank you very much. So the court is going to hold Mr. Olguin on a $1,500 1500 cash secured bond. The court does note that he's a 6 out of 6 on the new criminal activity scale according to pretrial services, and a 6 out of 6 on the failure to appear scale. Additionally, sir, if you post that bond, then you're going to be ordered to not consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. Do not go back to Hobby Lobby, which appears to be up there on Oracle, just south of McGee, I believe. So please don't go back to that location. Your next court date's a preliminary hearing. That's going to be on April 13th, 1:30 in the afternoon. And that takes care of the felony. Oh, one last thing. You will be supervised by pretrial services if you post that bond. So please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. Now let's talk about the South T matter. The matter at the South Tucson City Court alleges that you failed to appear in relation to a theft allegation. On that, sir, I'm going to release you. Your next court date on that is going to be on April 21st at 10 o'clock in the morning. And that's going to be in South Tucson City Court. So if you're still in custody, sir, you'll be seen on video for that. Most likely. If you're out of custody, you need to get down to City Court down in South Tucson to take care of that, sir. So one more order there is that you not go back to the incident location in that case. So please don't do that. And if there was a victim involved, have no contact with that victim. And that takes care of that. Now we're going to talk about the two city matters and we'll be done. So the two matters out of Tucson City Court, again, alleged failure to appear, both of which involve drug paraphernalia allegations. And on that, sir, I am going to hold you on a $250 cash secured bond. I'm going to appoint the city public defender to represent you, sir. Order that you not possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs. Your next court date on that is going to be on April 10th for a video review at 1:45 in the afternoon. It's going to be in front of Judge Cranshaw. One last thing, sir, and then we'll be done, is you need to come back to court on these, because if you don't, you'll get a new warrant for your arrest, and you'll probably be in the same seat you're in right now. And also, if you don't come to court on the city court stuff, then you could have the trial go forward in your absence, and if you were convicted at that trial without being present, sentenced within 90 days of that conviction, you'd lose the ability to appeal the conviction, sir. Do you understand?
Yeah, so I'm being held on two charges, right?
Yeah, you're being held. Yeah, there's 3 different courthouses, 3 different hearing dates. I'm holding you on 2 out of the 3. So you're being held on the city, held on the felony, and then not on the South Tucson. Okay. Have a good day, sir.
All right.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. Miguel Ángel Alvarado Hernández.
All right, so this, sir, is your initial appearance. Just a moment. And I'm seeing you on an allegation, sir, that you committed driving under the influence, aggravated driving under the influence, I should say. It's alleged to have happened yesterday. You are presumed innocent of that. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say about it could be used against you. And you do have the right to be represented by an attorney. And I'm appointing the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you, sir. In order to prepare for this hearing, or review the information in the interim complaint, the information from pretrial and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $1,500 cash secured bond. It does appear, sir, that you may also be on felony probation as it relates to a matter out of Superior Court here in Tucson. And so, jail, is there a hold in place?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Your Honor, given his status of being on probation and his prior felony history, I believe a bond is appropriate.
All right, thank you. Ms. Simonette Keller?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. We are asking for release to pretrial services, Your Honor. His father confirmed that he can stay with him, use his residence for mailing purposes, and his father can also offer transportation. He has verified full-time employment. There is no prior violent conviction, and he also has 0 prior failure to appear in the past 2 years.
So the court is going to impose that $1,500 cash secured bond, sir. So if you post that bond, you are going to be supervised by pretrial service. Actually, I'm not going to add that. If you post that bond, you get out of custody, sir. The court is ordering that you report to your probation officer within 48 hours of your release from custody. All right. Additionally, sir, you're going to be ordered to not possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, no driving without a valid driver's license, no firearms or weapons. Your next court date is going to be a preliminary hearing. That's going to be on April 13th, 1:30 in the afternoon. And, excuse me. So please stay in contact with your attorney at the public defender. They can tell you more about that, sir. Also, if you do get out of custody, it's important that you come back to court, because if you don't do that, then a warrant will issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Thank you. Have a good day. Good morning, sir.
Hi, how's it going?
Good.
Hi, Your Honor.
Good. Please tell me your name.
Joshua Franklin Lee Benny.
All right. Second. So, Mr. Bennett, I'm seeing you on a bunch of things here, so give me a minute. Seeing you on, looks like two new felony allegations, each of which allege the simple possession of drugs. And then I'm also seeing you on warrants alleging failure to appear at a Tucson City Court for possession of drug paraphernalia, 2 of those, and then we have a theft allegation. The 3 failures to appear relate back to cases that happened in 2018.
Yeah, I was in the
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
hospital by missed those recently.
Okay. All right, so just a second. So in order to prepare, and so you do have the right to remain silent on all these matters. Anything you say about them could be used against you. So, and you're presumed innocent, of course. So in order to prepare for the hearing, I review the information in the interim complaints, the information from pretrial services, and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $1,000 bond on one of the 2 cases, and then a $2,000 on the other of the 2 felony cases. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Your Honor, Mr. Bennett does have prior felony convictions, and he is a 6 out of 6 on the NCA and FTA scales. For that reason, Your Honor, and because of the multiple violations and failures to appear there in front of the court today, I think the bonds are appropriate.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Jimenez Keller?
May I have a moment, Your Honor? He would like to talk to me.
Yeah, go for it.
Your Honor, we are asking for release to pretrial services for both cases. It's currently not a violent offense. His prior all from 2015. He's eligible for steps and interested in the program. He also just told me that he currently has a job and he has a house he can go back to. However, if Your Honor is not inclined, we're asking for a low bond for both matters.
All right, thank you very much. So on the...
Your Honor, can I say something?
Probably not a good idea. Yeah, talk to your attorney first.
We all good, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. So, sir, I am going to hold you on a $1,000 cash secured bond on the Marana matter, and then it's going to be a $2,000 cash secured bond on the other matter. Your next court date on that, well, I'm setting a preliminary hearing. That's going to be on April 13th at 1:30 in the afternoon. Public defender's your attorney. Court's going to order no firearms or weapons, no alcohol or illegal drugs. If you post the bond, you are going to be supervised by pretrial services, so please comply with any monitoring or treatment that you are asked to comply with. Also, it sounds like you heard some information from Ms. Jimenez Keller about the STEPS program. You might be eligible for that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set a STEPS court hearing too. It's going to be 1 week from today. That's going to be on April 9th at 9 o'clock in the morning. 9 o'clock in the morning, sir. It's important that you come back to that hearing if you're interested in learning more about STEPS, because if you don't, then you may lose the ability to do it. And the way STEPS works is that if you're eligible for it, you agree to complete some treatment, and you complete some treatment, stay in contact with pretrial services along the way, then the whole case gets dismissed before you ever get indicted. So it's a good opportunity, sir. So I'm setting that hearing a week from today, so please come back for that. If you're not in custody, if you're in custody, you'll be brought to court. So that takes care of the first one. We're going to move on to the second one now. And as I said, that's going to be a $2,000 cash secured bond, same preliminary hearing date as it relates to that. And that's the 13th at 1:30 in the afternoon. Pretrial services, if that bond is posted. And that takes care of that. Then we're going to move to the city matters. And on those 3 city matters, court's going to hold you on a $250 cash secured bond on the city matters. Your next court date is going to be a video review. That's going to be on April 10th at 1:45 in the afternoon in front of Judge Cranshaw for a pretrial. Court's going to order that you have no contact of any kind with the alleged victim as it relates to that theft allegation. And going to appoint the city public defender to represent you, sir. Last thing, and then we're done, is that you need to come back to court for future court dates if you're out of custody, because if you don't, you're going to get a warrant. You'll probably be back in the same seat you're in right now. So that's number one. Number two is that trial could go forward in your absence. If you were convicted at that trial because you weren't present for the trial and couldn't be sentenced within 90 days of that conviction, then you would lose the ability to appeal the conviction. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. You're excused.
That's right.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Just tell me your name.
Don Butt.
But this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on a charge that alleges you possessed a dangerous drug, and You're presumed innocent of that. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say about it could be used against you. You also have the right to be represented by an attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you, sir. In order to prepare for the hearing or review the information from pretrial services, the information in the interim complaint, and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $1,000 cash or secured bond instead of steps court hearing. Mr. Taylor, anything further?
Your Honor, the bond is because of Mr. Bupp's criminal history. His prior felony convictions are, I would say, concerning in nature. Some of them are quite old. But given the felony history, Your Honor, I believe some sort of bond is appropriate.
All right, thank you, Mr. Seaman-Keller.
Thank you, Your Honor. We are asking for release to pretrial services. As mentioned, the priors are quite old. He also has zero prior failure to appear in the past 2 years. His wife verified his address. He can go back to live with her. She can also offer transportation, and he can use her address for mailing purposes. He also has a full-time employment that is verified, which he would be losing if he is held on a bond and in custody. And lastly, he could be screened for the STEPS program, and which means he might also need some substance abuse assessment, which would be easier for him to get if he's out of custody.
Wait just a second. Okay, thank you for being here, ma'am. So I am going to release you, sir, but give me just a second. And the court also, taking another look at the interim complaint, I should have noted this sooner, finds that there is no probable cause as it relates to the information in the interim complaint because it is the statute referenced is a dangerous drug. The drug mentioned is a dangerous drug. When I say mention, it's in the charge line. However, the drug described is a narcotic drug. So what that means, sir, is that I'm going to release you today on this case. Doesn't mean that the case is dismissed. The county attorney's office can, if they so choose, can fix the issue with the charge that I mentioned and indict you later. But you're going to be released on this case today. And counsel, are you willing to waive time on the preliminary hearing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, in light of that, we're going to set the preliminary hearing. It's going to be on May 18th. That's going to be at 1:30 in the afternoon. And additionally, sir, as Ms. Seaman-Keller, I think may have mentioned to you, it looks like you're eligible for a program called STEPS, which is a good opportunity. Assuming that you're eligible for it, it would give you the ability to complete some drug treatment and stay in contact with pretrial services while your case plays out. And assuming that you take care of business on that and you're eligible for the program, the entire case would be dismissed before you ever get indicted, let alone convicted. So it's a good opportunity. Are you interested in learning more about that, sir?
Yeah.
All right, good. So we're going to set a court date 1 week from today. It's going to be on Thursday, April 9th, 9 o'clock in the morning. It's going to be in Superior Court downtown. And it's on the 3rd floor in front of Judge Miller. It's important that you come down to that court date because if you don't do that, sir, you could lose the ability to participate in that program. You understand?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. You are excused.
Thank you.
Just release. Sorry, I dropped the sheet. Yeah. Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Please tell me your name.
Tyler Colton, Eastep.
Step. This is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on a couple charges that allege that you, it's actually a warrant out of Pinal County in relation to a driving under the influence allegation. So,
Yeah.
a second. The amount on the warrant is $25,000 out of Pinal County. Looks like you may also have a local matter.
Yeah, I just went to. Sorry.
Yeah, so yeah, it looks like, yeah, you just took a plea, I believe is what you were saying, sir. And I do show that at pretrial services as well. You have a sentencing scheduled for May 13th.
Yes, sir.
So just a second. So in this, I am going to hold you on the requested bond out of Pinal County. What we're going to do is we're going to set a review hearing for you on the matter here. That's going to be on April 30th at 9 o'clock in the morning. And that's basically just to check the status of the local charge that you're going to be. What we're going to do is we're going to set a review hearing for you on the matter here. That's going to be on April 30th at 9 o'clock in the morning. And that's basically just to check the status of the local charge that you're going to be sentenced on May 13th, apparently, versus the needing to get back up to Pinal. So if you come back on the 30th and things aren't done here locally, which it doesn't sound like they will be, then we would continue the hearing here a month, and then we'll see what happens as far as you getting back up to Pinal. So the idea is finish up your Pima County stuff, then you'd go back to Pinal. So in any event, sir, that takes care of that. And so last thing is that if you do get out of custody, sir, you got to make it up to Pinal and check in with the courthouse to issue for your arrest. You understand?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
Mr. Harris.
Morning, sir.
Morning, Your Honor.
Just tell me your name.
John Harris.
Harris, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on charges that allege that you committed DV assault, impeding breathing. So you are presumed innocent of that. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say about the matter could be used against you. You also have the right to be represented by an attorney. And just a second, it's going to be the Pima County Public Defender's Office going to represent you, sir. In order to prepare for this hearing, I'll review the information in the interim complaint, the information from pretrial and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $50,000 cash secured bond, and anything further, Mr. Kaler.
Your Honor, I would simply note that this case does involve an allegation of intimate partner strangulation, which statistically is associated with high lethality interactions in the future. So, Your Honor, given the risk to the potential risk to the victim of Mr. Harris's release, we're asking for the bond.
Thank you very much. Ms. Minute Keller.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I have one moment, please?
Sure.
Apology. Okay, Your Honor, we are asking for release to pretrial services based on the pretrial services report. He has no prior failure to appear in the past 2 years. His father also mentioned that he can stay with him and use his address for mailing purposes, and he can also offer transportation. And Mr. Harris just confirmed that the alleged victim does not live there or apparently even in the state, so there would be no issue of contact.
All right, thank you very much. So the court has concerns based on the information presented in the interim complaint, specifically the fact that this was witnessed, well, I mean, just the allegations unto themselves, plus the fact that it was apparently witnessed and corroborated by a third party. For that reason, the court's going to impose that $30,000 cash, a $30,000 cash secured bond. Not quite what the state's requesting, but nevertheless, the state believes that Mr. Harris may pose a danger to the victim. So that's the bond. Your next court date is going to be a preliminary hearing. That's going to be on Monday, the 13th of April. That's at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, excuse me. And if you do post a bond, sir, you get out of custody. Court's going to order that you possess no firearms or weapons, consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, commit no acts of domestic violence. You're also being alleged, regardless of whether you're in or out of custody, sir, to have no contact whatsoever with the alleged victims. No contact means no contact. No calling from the jail, no messaging from the jail, no Facebooking out of the jail, no nothing. No TikTok, no nothing. No in-person, no nothing. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Additionally, you're going to be ordered to not go to the victim's residence and work or the incident location. So that should take care of it, sir. Other than to let you know that if you do get out of custody, sir, you got to come back to court, because if you don't do that, a warrant will issue for your arrest, okay?
Thank you, sir.
You got it. Have a good day.
Who is assigned to his case, Your Honor?
That is PD.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thanks. Here.
Michael Harris.
Morning, sir.
Morning, on.
Please send your
Michael
name.
Harris.
All right, thank you. Redmond Mine. All right, so this, sir, is your initial appearance, and I'm seeing you on allegations that you committed aggravated assault, deadly weapon, dangerous instrument, 2 counts of that, and then 1 count of discharging a firearm in the city limits. You're presumed innocent of these allegations, sir. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say about them could be used against you. You also have the right to be represented by an attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you, sir. In order to prepare for this hearing, I'll review the information in the interim complaint, the information from pretrial services and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $30,000 cash secured bond. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Nothing additional, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Ms. Seaminute Keller?
Thank you, Your Honor. We are asking for release to pretrial services. He has 0 prior conviction. It's also noted that there is no prior failure to appear in the past 2 years. His cousin confirmed that he can use his address for mailing purposes, and also he can stay with him, and his cousin can offer transportation and is offering third-party custody. He has full-time employment that is verified, and he has been in Tucson for the past 25 years of his life. I mean, 1 second, Your Honor.
Sure.
That would be it, Your Honor.
So the court is going to hold Mr. Harris on a $25,000 cash secured bond. If you post that bond, sir, you are going to be supervised by pretrial services, so please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. Additional orders are that you consume or possess no alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. If you have any firearms or weapons, you must surrender those firearms or weapons to a local law enforcement agency. Court's additionally going to order that you have no contact whatsoever with the alleged victim. Public defender is your attorney. As I said, next court date's a preliminary hearing on April 13th. And so please stay in contact with your attorney, sir. They can tell you more about that. And you need to come back to future court dates, because if you do not do that, a warrant could issue for your arrest, okay?
Yes, sir.
You're excused. Thanks.
This way. Harris, back way.
Good morning, ma'am. Please tell me your name.
Teresa Hernandez.
Ms. Hernandez, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on charges that allege that you committed shoplifting, that is alleged to be a felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, alleged to be a felony, and then criminal trespass in the 2nd degree, which is a misdemeanor. You're presumed innocent of all these allegations. You do have the right to remain silent, and anything you say about these matters could be used against you. In order to prepare for the hearing, you also have the right to be represented by an attorney, I should say that. You are going to be represented by the public defender's office, ma'am. So I'm appointing an attorney from their office to represent you. In order to prepare for the hearing, I did review the information in the interim complaint, the information from pretrial services, and the state's recommendation, which is that I release you to the supervision of pretrial services. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Your Honor, Ms. Hernandez does appear to have significant risk of failing to appear. Despite that, Your Honor, there is a lack of felony history, and given the nature of the allegations in the interim complaint, I believe release to pretrial could be appropriate to give her an opportunity to appear and hopefully engage in treatment out of custody.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Seaminute Keller?
Your Honor, we're also asking for release to pretrial services so she can be given a chance to appear in person as well.
All right, thank you. So, ma'am, the information that I have is that you present is a pretty high risk of not coming back to court. But Mr. Kaler is correct that you don't have, and Ms. Seaminute Keller advocates well too, but that you don't have any other criminal history as far as I can tell. So I got a question for you. If I release you on this case, will you do two things? Will you not go back to Walmart, and will you come back to your court dates?
Yes,
Okay.
I will come.
All right.
I will not go back to Walmart and I will come to my court date.
All right. Thank you. In light of that, I'm going to release you, ma'am, to the supervision of pretrial services. So please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. Your next court date is going to be a preliminary hearing. That's going to be on April 22nd at 1:30. No alcohol or illegal drugs. Do not go back to Walmart. And then that should take care of it, other than to let you know that you need to come back to future court dates, because if you don't do that, ma'am, you will get a warrant for your arrest, and you'll probably be in the same seat that you're in right now, and you may not be released that time, okay?
Okay.
Yep, have a good day, ma'am.
Mr. Hobbs? Morning, Your Honors.
Good morning. Please tell me your name.
Hobbs, William Embers.
Mr. Hobbs, sir, this is your initial appearance. Just a second. So I am seeing you on a warrant out of Mojave County that alleges that you were non-compliant as it relates to paying child support. You are presumed innocent of that allegation. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say about it could be used against you. Just a second. So Mojave County is asking that I hold you on a $100 cash only bond. And just a second. I'm going to honor that request from Mojave. So it's a $100 cash only bond, sir. So if you post that, then you'll be released, of course. But if you don't, then you'll be transported up to Mojave in the near future. That should happen anyways. But what we're going to do here locally is we're going to set a review hearing for you. It's going to be on April 30th at 9 o'clock in the morning. And if you're still in custody at that time and have not been taken back to Mojave, if they haven't gotten you, basically, then we'll have another conversation at that time. But for now, it's a $100 cash only bond. And then that takes care of it. If you do post a bond, you get out of custody, you need to head up to Mojave County. You need to report to Mojave County and address the child support obligation, okay?
Your Honor?
Yeah.
I do have a job. If I were to be released, I could get that $100 to you.
Okay, well,
$100.
yeah, so I mean, if you have any sort of money or access to money in your personal property, like if you have your wallet with you when you were taken in custody, then you can address it that way. But for now, sir, I am going to hold you on that bond because Mojave is asking me to, and so that's why I'm going to do it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Your Honor.
Have a good day.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Please tell me your name.
Keanu Ignacio.
Mr. Ignacio, this is your initial appearance. Just a second. I'm seeing you on charges that allege that you possess a narcotic drug and possess drug paraphernalia. You're presumed innocent of those allegations. Anything you say about them could be used against you, and you do have the right to remain silent. And additionally, to prepare for this hearing or review the information in the interim complaint, the information from pretrial, and the state's recommendation, which is that I release you to the supervision of pretrial services and set what's called a steps court hearing. Ms. Seamanette Keller, any objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So that's what we're going to do. So, Mr. Ignacio, you may be eligible for a pretty good program called STEPS. It looks like you are eligible for it. So it's a good opportunity in the sense that it gives you a way to have this entire case dismissed before you ever get indicted, let alone convicted. Okay, so the way it works is as I think you've been told, is that you need to come back to court 1 week from today. There's going to be a court date. It's called a steps court hearing at 9 o'clock in the morning on Thursday the 9th. So the 9th at 9 o'clock. It's in Superior Court on the 3rd floor. And if you show up to that hearing, sir, you're interested in the program, you can sign up for it then, learn more about it, talk to an attorney at that time. But if you complete what you need to complete, then, case gets dismissed. It's a good opportunity. So I'm going to set that hearing for you. We're all setting the preliminary hearing on May 18th, 1:30 in the afternoon. You are going to be released today to the supervision of pretrial services. So please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. Also going to order that you not consume or possess any alcohol or illegal drugs. So that should take care of it, sir. Other than that, you need to come back to future court dates, because if you do not do that, sir, a warrant will issue for your arrest, okay?
All right.
All right, your excuse, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning, sir. Could you please tell me your name?
My name is Michael Kessler.
All right, Mr. Kessler, this is your initial appearance. Just a second.
Recorded.
And we do also have a victim on the line that I'm going to address in just a moment. And ma'am, the victim, are you on the line?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And I heard a prompt say that this call will be recorded. You're not recording this, are you?
No.
Okay. Because it's important that you not record this, because that would be bad for you.
Okay.
All right. So, Mr. Kessler, this is your initial appearance, and you've been charged with a couple different things. It's actually a total of 3 things. 2 counts of tampering with a witness and 1 count of aggravated harassment, all of which are felonies, Class 6 felonies. You're presumed innocent of those allegations, sir. Anything you say about them could be used against you. And
This call is no longer being recorded.
you do have the right to remain silent. And I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you, sir. And that is the Pima County Public Defender's Office. And in order to prepare for this hearing, I did read and review the information in the interim complaints, the information from pretrial services, and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $1,000 bond on one of the 2 cases, and then a $5,000 bond on the other of the 2 cases. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Your Honor, I'll just note that there is a pending misdemeanor domestic violence case. The allegations in the interim complaints are concerning, and given Mr. Kessler's failures to comply with previous court orders, I think a bond is appropriate.
Thank you very much. And I should have asked this sooner, but ma'am, the victim, are you Miss Cohn?
Yes, I'm his wife.
Okay, thank you very much. Did you want to, you're obviously welcome to tune in for these hearings, but did you want to address the court as far as anything you'd like the court to know? I'm going to be deciding whether or not he remains in custody or whether or not he gets new bonds as it relates to these 2 cases. And then also if he, any other conditions, no contact provisions, things like that. So, ma'am, is there anything you'd like me to know in that regard?
Yes, Your Honor. I want to make it known that he made extremely serious threats. He basically said that if I did not take my restraining order off of him, which I did end up doing, he would hurt me, he would hurt my family, that he would cut my face off. And I decided to get back with him because of these threats that were made to me. On the 31st, the defendant appeared before the judge and was specifically warned not to commit any further acts of domestic violence. Immediately after leaving that hearing, within moments of speaking to the judge, he began making extremely violent statements saying that he needed his gun back and that he was going to rape and kill the judge. Hearing those statements made me very scared, These threats escalated later that night and were directed towards me. That was when he made a statement about cutting half my face off, and whether he's in jail or whether he's out of jail, whether it takes 1 to 2 to 3 years, he would find me. He also mentioned habeas corpus, saying that if there's no body, there's no evidence. I'm presuming that I'm the body. These are not isolated statements. Like, this is a pattern of like threat and intimidation and control. Because of the serious threats, I would ask that you keep him and that these threats are taken very seriously. The police and everyone also has a lot of evidence of this, and yeah, I just want you to know that I'm really scared for my safety and the safety of everyone else.
Thank you for that information, ma'am. Just a moment. And the court also does note that it is in receipt of a Form 4C series of responses, reference the nature of this case and so forth. And the court has reviewed the responses as it relates to that. So, Ms. Simonette Keller, what would you like me to know, ma'am?
Yes, Mr. Kessler would like me to share to the court that he's denying any of the statement that was explained by the alleged victim. He would like also me to tell you that he has some injuries. And also, he would like to ask for release to pretrial services or a low bond for those cases due to his indigent status. He has no prior felony conviction. It's also currently noted as not being a current violent offense, and he has no prior failure to appear in the past 2 years or even prior failure to appear at all, and he has no prior violent conviction.
All right, thank you. So as to each of the matters, sir, I'm going to hold you on a $20,000 cash secured bond. Court has concerns based on the information that's in the interim complaint. You are presumed innocent of those allegations, sir, but the information in the interim complaint reflects a pattern of behavior that's very concerning to the court. So setting your next court date as a preliminary hearing, that's going to be on April 13th at 1:30 in the afternoon. If you post a bond, you are going to be supervised by pretrial services, so please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. Also, certain conditions include that you not consume or possess any alcohol or illegal drugs, no acts of domestic violence, no firearms or weapons. If you have any firearms or weapons, you must surrender those firearms or weapons to the local law enforcement agency. And additionally, sir, the court is going to order that you submit to a mental health evaluation. And so I'm including that in there as well. And your next court date, as I said, April 13th. So please stay in contact with your attorney at the public defender, and they can assist you with all that I've said. Thank you very much. Oh, one last thing, sir. If you do get out of custody and you don't come back to court, then a warrant will issue for arrest. So please be sure to come back to court. Okay. Thank you. And to the victim, thank you for being here this morning. And also,
thank you, Your Honor.
No problem. One last thing is that I believe I ordered no contact with the victim, but I want to reiterate, or I guess say it very clearly, that no contact means no contact in any way, shape, or form. That means if you're in the jail, no phone calls from the jail, no messaging from the jail. If you're out of the jail, no phone, anything, no in-person, no contact means no contact whatsoever. Do you understand that, sir?
Your Honor, 1 second. He has, I think, a question. I just want to go over it.
You got it.
We're all good, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Please tell me your name.
Thomas Lawson.
All right. Just a second.
Okay.
So, Mr. Lawson, unfortunately, you're not on our list this morning. You did not make the cutoff for this morning's initial appearances. So, wait, give me just a second.
Sure.
Hang on just a second. I'm looking at something.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Your
I'm
Honor,
sorry.
this is Lisa from Pretrial Services. He
Yeah,
was listed on the court list as Thomas Lawson.
got it. Yeah, I see that now. Thank you. So one moment, sir. We can take care of this morning.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, you got it. And thank you, Lisa, as well, Miss Pomalillo. Hopefully I'm saying that remotely correctly.
You are, thank you.
Yep, you got it. All right. So, sir, this is your initial appearance, Mr. Lawson. And I'm seeing you on a charge that alleges that you committed aggravated driving under the influence. You're presumed innocent of that, sir. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say about it could be used against you. You also have the right to be represented by an attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. And in order to prepare for this hearing or review the information from pretrial services, the information in the interim complaint, and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $2,000 cash secured bond. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Your Honor, I would simply note that Mr. Lawson, does have a prior DUI conviction from 2023, and he does have a higher new criminal activity and failure to appear score with a 4 on the NCA and a 3 on the FTA. So, Your Honor, given that, I believe a bond is appropriate.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Seamanette Keller?
Thank you, Your Honor. We are asking for release to pretrial services. Mr. Lawson's misdemeanor prior is from 2023, but his other priors are old. The last one is from 1987. He's also retired and does not have employment, which means that he's indigent and will not be able to pay such a high amount, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And he also just told me that he takes care of his mother as well.
Okay. All right. This is a close one, but Mr. Lawson, sir, if I release you, are you willing to follow some important conditions that I'm going to tell you about? There's really 3 things that you need to do. Not drive without a valid driver's license, consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, and come back to court. Are you willing to do those 3 things?
By all means, yes, sir.
All right. So in light of that, I am going to release you, sir. But it's really important that you not drink and you not drive, let alone doing them together. You're presumed innocent of the allegation, so I'm not making any conclusions. But it's just important that you follow the court's orders as it relates to that. And so your next court date, sir, is going to be a preliminary hearing. And that's going to be on April 22nd at 1:30 in the afternoon. And please stay in contact with your attorney at the public defender because they will tell you more about that process as the date gets closer. And also, sir, if you don't come back to court, then a warrant will issue for your arrest. All right. So please come on back.
Oh, you will see me. Yes, sir.
All righty, sir. Have a good day. Oh, sorry. Good morning, sir.
What are you?
Please tell me your name.
Nicholas Lewis.
Mr. Lewis, I'm seeing you on a warrant that alleges that you possessed a narcotic drug, 2 counts of that, 1 count of possession of a dangerous drug, and then possession of drug paraphernalia. This is alleged to have happened on July 7th of 2025, so last summer. You're presumed innocent of these allegations, sir, and anything you say about them could be used against you, and you do have the right to remain silent. So in order to prepare for this hearing, I'll review the information on the warrant, and I'm not sure that I have a state's recommendation. Mr. Taylor, what was the state's position on that?
Your Honor, my apologies. I sent in a second batch.
Oh, no worries.
The state is recommending, given the prior failures to appear in this case, a $1,000 fine.
All right, thank you. And Ms. Seamanette Keller?
Thank you, Your Honor. We're asking for release to pretrial services to give a chance to Mr. Lewis to appear to his court date in person. It is noted by pretrial that the supervening indictment, the notice was sent to general delivery. There is no indication that he received that indictment or any notice. He also made a statement saying that he was not aware that the charges were being filed, the indictment, or that a warrant was issued.
Thank you very much. So, sir, I am going to release you to the supervision of pretrial services, given that it does seem to be the case that there was that what was mailed to you to alert you of the case being refiled was mailed to nowhere you would have found it. To general delivery is about as good as not having an address at all. So, in any event, sir, I am going to release you. It's going to be the supervision of pretrial services. So please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. I'm also going to order that you not consume or possess any alcohol or illegal drugs and no firearms or weapons. And your next court date, sir, it's going to be 1 week from today. That's an arraignment. It's going to be on Thursday, the 9th at 1:30 in the afternoon. It's really important that you come to Superior Court for that arraignment next Thursday in the afternoon, because if you do not do that, you'll probably get a new warrant for your arrest. Do you understand, sir?
Yes.
All right. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, ma'am. Could you please tell me your name?
Maybe Malachi.
All right, Miss Malachi.
Malachi.
Malachi, I'm sorry. I thought I didn't say that quite right. Miss Malachi, my apologies. This is your initial appearance.
Mhm.
I'm seeing you on a couple things, so give me a sec. The things that I'm seeing you on are 2 counts of, 1 count of possession of a narcotic drug, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia. And then also there's an allegation that you committed theft by control, which is a misdemeanor. The first 2 are felonies. And just a second, you're presumed innocent of all these allegations. Anything you say about them could be used against you. And you do have the right to remain silent. In order to prepare for this hearing, I reviewed the information from pretrial services, the information in the interim complaint, and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $1,000 cash secured bond and set a steps court hearing. It does also appear that you may be held on another matter. So just a second. Right, so it looks like you're being held without bond in relation to a failure to appear on a felony matter at a Superior Court. So I'm not dealing with that part of it today. You'll be back in front of the judge on that one in the near future. And the state is requesting that $1,000 bond in lieu of a no bond hearing. Mr. Taylor, anything further?
Nothing additional, Your Honor.
Thank you, Rod. Ms. Simonette Keller?
Thank you, Your Honor. We're asking for the bond to be lower than $1,000, Your Honor. She's unemployed and he's homeless, so she's indigent. He has no means of posting anything.
Thank you very much. I am going to impose that $1,000 cash secured bond based on the apparent existence of another case, and also the 6 out of 6 on the failure to appear scale from pretrial. And so, if you post that bond, you're going to be released to the supervision of pretrial services. So please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. It also looks like you might be eligible for a program called STEPS, which is a good opportunity if you're eligible for it, in the sense that if you agree to participate in some drug treatment and you then stay in contact with pretrial services as the case plays out, then it's possible that you could have the entire case dismissed. You don't need to sign up for that today, but it's something that that is, in my opinion, a decent opportunity to learn more about. Are you interested in hearing more about that, ma'am?
Yes.
All right, so we're going to set a court date for you. It's going to be 1 week from today. That's going to be on Thursday the 9th. It's going to be at 9 o'clock in the morning. It's going to be in front of Judge Miller on the 3rd floor of Superior Court. So if you're in custody, ma'am, still at that time, you'll be brought to court for the hearing. If you're out of custody, then it's important that you come back to court on the 9th, because if you don't do that, you could lose the ability to participate in that program and you could get a warrant for your arrest. Court is also going to order that you not consume or possess any alcohol or illegal drugs and submit to monitoring or treatment as recommended by pretrial services if you are out of custody. All right, so that takes care of that. And we have to talk about the Justice Court matter real quick, which is the theft allegation. So on that, I'm gonna release you on that one. Actually, I'm gonna hold you on a $250 cash secured bond on that one because it'll get you a couple things. It'll get you time credit, it'll get you a faster court date, and it'll get you an attorney appointed. So on that, I'm appointing William Parvin to be your attorney. Your next court date will be tomorrow. It's going to be at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. You'll probably be seen on video. It's at Justice Court. So if you're out of custody, you need to come back to Justice Court. And going to order that you not go back to the incident location where this theft is alleged to have occurred. That looks like it's at 6100 or 6001 North Oracle. So somewhere up in probably Oracle and Orange Grove or Ina area. Please don't go back there, wherever it was. And that takes care of it, ma'am. Thank you very much. You're excused.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Good morning, sir. Could you please tell me your name?
Ricardo Molina.
Mr. Molina, this is your initial appearance. Just a second. All right. Seeing you on a couple charges, one of which alleges that you possessed a weapon while being a prohibited possessor, and that you also discharged a firearm in a city limit. You are presumed innocent of both of these allegations, sir. Anything you say about them could be used against you, and you do, of course, have the right to remain silent. In order to prepare for this hearing or review, you'd say one other thing. Also appointing an attorney, sir. It's going to be the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. In order to prepare for this hearing or review the information from pretrial services, the information in the interim complaint, and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $2,500 cash or secured bond. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Your Honor, this is, I would say, a closed case. Mr. Molina is a prohibited possessor, and he does have, I would say, a significant and in some ways concerning juvenile record. There was a discharge in this case that appears to have been accidental in nature, but it did put potentially other people in the community at risk, and he shouldn't have been around firearm in any regard. So, Your Honor, given everything in this case, I think a bond is appropriate, and so we are recommending the $2,500 bond at this time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Feminette Keller.
Yes, Your Honor, we are asking for release to pretrial services, Your Honor. He is noted as level 1 nonviolent. He has a FTA score of 1, a low NCA score of 2. He has an address that is verified by his ID where his uncle is living. There will be no firearms at that address. He has no prior felony conviction, no prior misdemeanor conviction, like both of them as an adult, no prior failure to appear. And I would like to note the fact that he's only 18 years old, which means that if he stays at the Pima County Jail, he could be a target for any gang-related activities. So yeah, for those reasons, we're asking for release to pretrial services, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much. Just a moment. So, sir, the court is going to hold you on a $1,000 cash secured bond. The court does that based on the juvenile history as noted by pretrial services, along with the idea that you should really not have a weapon at all, period, and yet you're alleged to have done so. So in light of that, the court's going to order that you not consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. If you get out of custody, sir, no firearms or weapons. It's that $1,000 cash secured bond. Public defender is going to represent you. Your preliminary hearing is on April 13th at 1:30. So please stay in contact with your attorney. They can talk with you about that more. And it's important that you come back to future court dates, sir, because if you do not do that, a warrant will issue for your arrest, okay?
Yes, sir.
You're excused.
Mr. Noriega.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, Your Honor.
Just tell me your name.
Guadalupe Noriega.
Noriega, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on a charges that allege you possess a dangerous drug and possess drug paraphernalia. You are presumed innocent of these allegations, sir. Anything you say about it could be used against you, and you do have the right to remain silent. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you. It's going to be the Pima County legal defender. And in order to prepare for this hearing, I'll review the information in the interim complaint, the information from pretrial and the state's recommendation, which is I release you to the supervision of pretrial services and set what's called a steps court hearing. Ms. Simonette Keller, any objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
That's what I'm going to do, sir. I am going to release you to the supervision of pretrial services. So please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. I'm going to set your next court date. Well, I'm setting a preliminary hearing. It's going to be on May 18th, 1:30 in the afternoon. It also looks like you're eligible for a program called STEPS. I know Ms. Simonette Keller has talked with you about it just a little bit so far, I think. So it's a good opportunity, sir, assuming that you're eligible for it in the sense that if you agree to comply with or take care of some drug treatment, stay in contact with pretrial services, and then you follow through and do that, then the case would be dismissed before you ever get indicted, let alone convicted. So it's a pretty good opportunity, assuming that you're eligible. Are you interested in hearing more about that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to set that court date. It's 1 week from today. It's on Thursday, the 9th. And that's going to be at 9 o'clock in the morning in Superior Court. You're not obligated to do anything other than come back to court. You can hear more about the program at that time, talk with an attorney. If you're interested in signing up for it at that time, then you can do that. All right. So no alcohol or illegal drugs I'm going to order, and then that should take care of it, sir. You are excused. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Dr. Obregón.
Morning, sir. Could you please tell me your name?
Alexander Obregón.
All right, Mr. Obregón, I have some good news. The state is moving to dismiss your matter without prejudice. So who am I to stand in the way of that? So I'm going to dismiss this matter this morning. You are going to be released from custody today's date. And so that takes care of it. However, one thing that I need to let you know is that this dismissal is without prejudice. So what that means is that the case could be refiled by the state in the future. My guess is it probably won't, but it could be. So it's important that if you get information in the mail saying, hey, you got a court date, you need to come back to it, that you come back to that court date, sir. You understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thanks. You're excused. You should be out of the jail in the next couple hours or so.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, hang on. Sorry. One thing. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You do have a case at a Tucson City Court that I almost missed. So let me talk to you about the City Court case real quick, and then we'll be done.
Okay.
So on that, sir, you're alleged to have committed shoplifting and disorderly conduct. That's alleged to have happened back in early September of last year. And so if on that one, sir, if I release you, will you come back to court?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm going to release you. And your next court date on that is going to be on May 4th. And that's going to be at 9:30 in the morning in Tucson City Court for a pre-trial. And I'm going to order that you not go back to the incident location.
Got it.
And you not have any contact with the alleged victim. And then that takes care of it, other than to let you know, sir, that if you don't come back to court on that case, not only could you get a warrant for your arrest, but you also could have the trial go forward in your absence. If that trial went forward in your absence and you were convicted without being there, then you could lose the ability to appeal that conviction if you did not show up within 90 days. Do you understand?
Yeah.
All right, thanks. You're excused.
Yep.
Good morning. Could you please tell me your name?
Shantley Parton, Your Honor.
All right, part, and this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on charges that allege that you possessed a narcotic drug, possessed a dangerous drug, committed aggravated domestic violence, and then you possessed drug paraphernalia. You're presumed innocent of all these allegations, sir. Anything you say about them could be used against you, and you do have the right to remain silent. And you do have the right to be represented by an attorney. I'm going to appoint contract attorney, Nick Brereton. Nick Brereton is going to be your attorney. And in order to prepare for this hearing, I reviewed the information in the interim complaint, the information from pretrial and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you without bond pursuant to Arizona law, which says that if you're on release for one felony offense, you commit a new felony offense while on release for the first one, then you could be held without bond. Mr. Kaler, anything further, sir? Okay, thank you. Ms. Simonette Keller? All right, thank you. And that's going to be on Tuesday, April 7th at 1:30 in the afternoon. And additionally, sir, I'm going to set a preliminary hearing for you. It's going to be on the 13th. That's Monday, April 13th at 1:30 in the afternoon. And so the court's also going to order that you possess no firearms or weapons, consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, commit no further acts of domestic violence, and have no contact with the alleged victim whatsoever. Do not go to the alleged victim's residence and or place of work. And please stay in contact with your attorney, Mr. Brereton. He can talk with you more about what all is going on. And if you do get out of custody, sir, you got to come back to court, because if you don't, a warrant will issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
So does this have effect on my other pretrial?
So on that one, I'm not doing anything as it relates to that other matter. So I'm not touching that at all, because it's just not before the court right now. But as to this new arrest, you're being held without bond on that. However, you do have the right to challenge that. Like, the state doesn't get to just say you're being held without bond forevermore. They have to prove what the law requires. They have to prove that you committed a new felony offense, and they have to prove that you did it while you had a first felony offense that you were out on release for. So you got to prove all that stuff. So the hearing on Tuesday at 1:30 in the afternoon is for them to do that. They might do that where they call a witness and they try and put their evidence on. They also may just elect to argue for a bond instead of that. So that's all to be determined. But just stay in contact with Mr. Brereton. Don't talk about this case with anyone other than your attorney, and then you'll have that hearing on Tuesday, okay?
Yes. One last question, sir.
Sure.
For the no bond hearing, is it possible that there's a possibility that pretrial would possibly let me out again if the state recommended or was granted?
So it's possible. I mean, it's possible, but there's some things would have to happen. So basically, yeah, it's possible that would happen. Mr. Brereton could explain the different options there. So just have a chat with him, and he can fill you in more. Okay.
Okay. And will he come see me then, sir?
That I don't know. It depends on his schedule and his availability, but his phone number will be on the paperwork that you get, so you should be able to give him a call. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Have a good day.
Porras. Sure.
Hello.
Good morning. Could you please tell me your name?
Morning. Game for us?
Of course. This is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on some different things. So one moment, please. All right. So I'm seeing you on an indictment out of Maricopa County Superior Court alleging that you failed to appear in relation to possession of a dangerous drug, possession of a narcotic drug, and then possession of drug paraphernalia. I'm also seeing you on 5 failures to appear at a Tucson City Court on charges ranging from criminal trespass in the 3rd degree, there's 3 of those, to 2 counts of possession of drug paraphernalia. So on all this stuff, sir, you're presumed innocent. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say about these matters could be used against you. In order to prepare for the hearing, I did review the information from pretrial services, the information from the warrant and the state's recommendation, which is I hold you on a $1,000 cash secured bond. Mr. Kaler, anything further, sir?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Ms. Simonette Keller.
Thank you, Your Honor. We are asking for release to pretrial services for Mr. Porras to have a chance to come in person pre-trial. Noted in their report that the summons were mailed to an address, but apparently it was returned to sender as well. And Mr. Porras noted that he was not aware of any warrant or any scheduled hearing. And also the address the summons was sent to does not match the address that Mr. Porras gave to pretrial. So it will give him a chance now that he is aware to be able to come in person. He also has a job that he will be losing if he cannot be out of custody.
All right, thank you for that. I will tell you, I am going to hold him on the city cases. So does that inform your recommendation, Ms. Simonette Keller? Do you want a bond for credit, or do you still want him released on the felony?
No, if then we can do a nominal bond for time credit, Your Honor.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So I am going to, given the address irregularities, or at least a possibility of that, I am going to hold you on a $250 cash secured bond on the felony matter, sir. And additionally, going to order that you not consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, possess no firearms or weapons. Your next court date is going to be an arraignment. It's 1 week from today. That's on Thursday the 9th at 1:30 in the afternoon. And that's going to be in Superior Court downtown. So if you're out of custody by then, sir, you got to come back to that arraignment, because if you don't, you'll probably get a new warrant. You'll probably be in the same seat that you're in right now. We got to talk about the misdemeanor. Go ahead.
Can we just have one moment, Your Honor?
Yeah, sure.
I just need to go to work.
We're okay, Your Honor. We can proceed with the misdemeanor, and then I can share with the court if needed. Some information.
Thank you very much. So just a moment. So in the city cases, I told you what the charges are, but it looks like there's 5 different failures to appear. And so on those, sir, I am going to hold you on a $500 cash secured bond. If you post the bond, a couple things. You're going to be ordered to possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, and do not go back to any of the incident locations. I'm appointing the city public defender's office to represent you, sir. And going to set your next court date as a video review. That's going to be on April 10th at 1:45 in the afternoon. That's going to be in front of Judge Hale. And that should take care of it, other than to let you know, sir, that if you post the bond, sir, you're out of custody. It's important you come back to court, because not only could a warrant issue for your arrest if you don't, but trial could go forward in your absence on these matters. And if you were taken to trial and convicted and couldn't be sentenced within 90 days of that conviction, you could lose the ability to appeal that conviction. Do you understand, sir?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. You're excused. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Just tell me your name.
This is what the
This is your initial appearance. You're being seen, or you've been arrested on a charge that alleges organized retail theft using an artifice to commit a theft. And you're presumed innocent of that, sir. Anything you say about it could be used against you. You do have the right to remain silent as well. And you have the right to be represented by an attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender to represent you. And in order to prepare for this hearing, I reviewed the information from pretrial services, the interim complaint, and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $1,000 cash or secured bond. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Yeah, me no money.
Your Honor, Mr. Zazueta does does not have any felony criminal history, but Your Honor, given the risk of him failing to appear, I believe a bond is appropriate.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Jimenez Keller?
Yes, one moment. Your Honor, we're asking for release to pretrial services. It's currently not a violent offense. He, I've noted he has no prior felony conviction. And apology, my mouse is not working. Here we go. He also, his mom confirmed that he can use her address for mailing purposes, residential purposes, and she can offer transportation. He also has mentioned to me that he's unemployed and cannot afford the $1,000 bond due to his indigent status.
Thank you very much. So, sir, if I release you to the supervision of pretrial services, will you do a couple things? Will you not go back to Hobby Lobby, and will you come to?
Definitely, sure.
Okay.
I want to hear all that stuff.
All right. So I'm going to release you to the supervision of pretrial services. Your next court date is going to be on April 22nd. That's April 22nd, 1:30 in the afternoon, for a preliminary hearing. Your attorney's at the public defender, as I said, so please stay in contact with them as the case plays out and that PH date gets closer. I'm going to order that you not go back to the incident location. Also, no firearms or weapons, no alcohol or illegal drugs. And it's important that you come back to court, sir, because if you do not do that, you're going to get a warrant for your arrest. You'll probably be in the same seat that you're sitting in right now. And then it's probably likely that you would be held at that time. So please come on back to court, sir. Okay. Have a good day. You're
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
For Stillman? Yes. For what?
Hopeless.
Okay.
All right. All right, thank you. Please be seated. Okay. Do you have our interpreter in the meeting yet?
The interpreter is on, and he does have the headset already.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. This is the 11 a.m. initial appearance calendar for April 2nd, 2026. The court's orders for the taking of fingerprints and DNA samples made on the 2 a.m. calendar on the 1st of the month will also apply to these hearings. I'm going to read the victim's rights advisement now in the event there are any victims observing the proceedings either remotely or from here at the jail. If you are the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you are advised that you have rights under Arizona law that, among others, include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, the right to a speedy trial, the right to be present at all court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss. If you've not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. All right, Mr. Higuera Leon, will you please come to the podium? Good morning, sir. May I have your full name and your date of birth?
Ernesto Higuera, 27 de julio del 95. Ernesto Higuera León. Ajá. 27 de julio del 95.
Ernesto Higuera León, July 27, 1995.
Sí.
All right, thank you. You have been arrested on the following allegations: possession of narcotic drugs for sale and transportation of narcotic drugs for purposes of sale. Those are both Class 2 felonies. Money laundering, which is a Class 3 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, which is a Class 6 felony. There is probable cause for all of those, and the court is appointing a lawyer for you today. Your next court date will be next week on April 8th, Thursday, April 8th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. I apologize, that is Wednesday, April 8th. The court address will be on your paperwork, and your preliminary hearing will be Friday, April 10th at 8:30 in the morning in the same court. Those dates and the address will be on your paperwork. You have a $25,000 cash-only bail in this case. If you deposit that with the court, you will be released while you wait for your trial in the case. You must comply with all of your written release conditions. Those include that you may not possess any weapons nor any drugs without a valid prescription. You may not have any contact with any arresting officer or co-defendant in your case, and you may not leave the state of Arizona without the court's permission. If you miss a court date in this case or violate your release conditions, then you will not receive the bail money back at the end of the case. If you do comply with your conditions and attend every court hearing, you will receive the money back even if you are ultimately convicted. Everything I just told you is on your paperwork along with your complete orders. If you'll please step to your left, the officer will give you your copy. Thank you. All right. If the interpreter could make a general call for service, let's just make sure we don't have anybody else.
Yes, of course, Judge. ¿Hay alguien más en la sala que necesite la ayuda del intérprete judicial?
Looks like we have no hands. Okay. All right. Thank you. Have a great day.
You're welcome, Judge.
All right. Then we're going to do Luis Munoz, please. After that, Amani Coleman. If you go to the chair, you'll be next. Mr. Munoz. He's got a basketball jersey on, sorry, with, it's dark with red piping. He's got a beard. All right, we could do Ms. Coleman first, I guess. Yeah, go ahead and come in, ma'am. We'll get Mr. Munoz awakened and ready. Right here at the podium, please, ma'am. Yeah, and we'll just have Mr. Munoz have a seat by the door. All right. Good morning, ma'am. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Amani Coleman, 01/17/2004.
All right, thank you. And then the appearance of counsel?
Excuse me. Thank you, Your Honor. Brooke Mott on behalf of the state.
All right, thank you. Ms. Coleman, you've been arrested on a new allegation. It is endangerment as a Class 6 felony. And based on what the police have presented, the court does find probable cause for that allegation in your case. I am appointing a lawyer for you, and I believe it is I didn't get any other indication. Is her current case public defender? Did you already look that up? Okay. So I am appointing the Maricopa County Public Defender's Office in your case, which means this case will go to your attorney in your existing case.
He was supposed to be here.
We haven't received anything. Let me check. Did you talk to him from jail?
Yeah, I called him and he said he was going to be here at 11.
Well, do you know his name?
Alfonso.
Last name?
Castillo.
We could try emailing him. I could have you sit down. It's not common that the public defender tries to come to these.
Yeah,
but I'll give it a few minutes. If we can't reach him, then I'm going to go ahead and do the case.
Okay.
But if we can, I will make an effort to get him in here. So why don't you go ahead and have a seat, ma'am? We will email him. We'll use copy of his gaunt, just so it's not ex parte. Go ahead and have a seat, ma'am, and just let him know that I can hold it until, let's say, noon. I can hold it till noon, and after that, we're going to just do the case. Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Caldwell, and this is one. Yes, sorry, my brain. Okay, why don't you go ahead and turn. Sorry. Let me say, before you do it, let me say. Okay, hold on. It's my first time doing this, obviously. Is the booking name misspelled as well? 1 second. Okay, I went back on. Okay, this is just a note for anybody listening to the live feed. The court is going to go silent for a few minutes because I have granted a motion to shut off the live feed for the next case. Don't disconnect. You're not disconnected. If you do get disconnected, you can try reconnecting in 3 to 5 minutes. But the live feed is going to go silent pursuant to a motion that will be appended to the next court's case card. All righty. Now, Mr. Caldwell, will you come in? Charlie Caldwell. Let me forget to turn it back on. Charlie Card. Are you Mr. Roberts?
Yes.
All right, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Skylar Wayne Roberts, 12/9/94.
All right, thank you. And then the state want to appear on this one?
Yes, Your Honor. Brooke Gahn on behalf of the state.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Roberts, you were arrested on the following allegations. Arson of an occupied structure, it's a Class 2 felony. Criminal damage in an amount over $25,000, which is a Class 4 felony. And 14 allegations of endangerment. Each of those is a Class 6 felony. Based on what the police have alleged, the court does find probable cause for all of those allegations, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. Your next court dates will be a status conference, April 8th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. That's this coming Wednesday, with a preliminary hearing April 10th at 8:30 in the same court. Before the court sets conditions of bail or release, what does the state want to recommend?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state's asking for a $250,000 cash-only bond, and if Mr. Roberts is able to post that, we'd ask for electronic monitoring. And I apologize, I neglected to include in my written recommendation form, we're also asking that he be prohibited from possessing any incendiary devices, lighters, lighter fluid, anything along those lines. The state believes that that bond is necessary because of the inherently dangerous or violent nature of the alleged offense. There were 14 people that were present in the multi-unit building where Mr. Roberts' residence was located. There was the potential that many people could have been seriously injured or even died during this fire. He is facing mandatory prison time if he is convicted. We don't believe he has significant ties to the community. We are concerned that he poses a significant risk to the community given this dangerous offense. Additionally, I would point out there is a strong weight of the evidence against him. He did acknowledge and admit to law enforcement that he intentionally started this fire. In fact, law enforcement has indicated he started the fire at 3 separate locations using lighter fluid and a lighter. Again, this could have been a very horrible incident had fire not been able to get there and people not been able to leave that residence. But we believe he's a very specific danger to the community. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Roberts, I've considered what's been alleged against you. I've considered what appears to be your entire lack of criminal history. And the police allegations appear to be a pretty solid case if they have the evidence that they say that they have. And a pretty solid indication that you may have intentionally tried to burn down an occupied apartment building yesterday at just 2 in the afternoon for no apparent reason. So the court is very concerned that you may be a risk to people in the community. And the appropriate bond that the court had arrived at before I ever heard or saw her recommendation was $250,000 cash only. That's in part based on the nature of what you're accused of having tried to do and what appears to be a very strong weight of evidence that you did it. You're innocent until proven guilty. That's very true. But the court has to set bail and release conditions in a manner that puts public safety first and the likelihood that you will appear for trial. I am also concerned that you may be facing some significant punishment in this case, and that may give you cause to flee the jurisdiction. The state alleges you don't have many ties. I'm not really aware one way or the other because right now the court doesn't have a lot of information about you. But the court doesn't believe necessarily that even close community ties would mitigate this type of risk. This is basically an allegation of attempted mass murder. And so the court takes that very, very seriously, even though you appear to have never been arrested before. So balancing all of those factors, I do believe that the appropriate and least onerous bail amount is $250,000 cash. If you post it, you're going to be on an ankle monitor, and you're not to go to that apartment building. It is extremely doubtful you have any belongings left. They said there was heavy damage to that apartment, et cetera. You can talk to your lawyer about a civil standby. It's rare that I don't grant them. I'm not granting it in your case. You cannot do a civil standby. You cannot go there. You have to figure out something else or get a different court order from the trial court. No contact with any of the alleged victims. That would be all the people in the building. No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. I did amend my language a little because I already had the no devices, lighter fluid, matches, or other sources of ignition. I also like just the term incendiary devices, so I added that because I think that's a good way to put it. So you can read that for yourself. It is basically, you can't have lighter fluid, you can't have matches, you can't have all of that. And that's because some people appear to become fixated on fire setting. I don't know if that's you or not, but you have to not possess any of those things if you're out of custody. You're not to go to any part of that apartment complex, not parking lots, not buildings, not sidewalks. So you have to find another place to stay, provide proof to pretrial within 24 hours of any release. Everything I just told you is on your paperwork. If you please step to your left, they're going to give you a copy. All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Thomas. After that, with Cameron Clegg, please, if you go to the chair. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Dominic Diamond Thomas, 06/11/1998.
All right, thank you. You're here on a new case. You were arrested for aggravated assault by the impeding of breathing or strangulation in a domestic relationship. It is a Class 4 felony. Criminal damage and assault both as Class 1 domestic violence misdemeanors. Based on what the police have presented, there is probable cause for all of these, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. Your next court date will be this Wednesday, April 8th at 8:30 in the morning. That's a status conference in the downtown Superior Court with a preliminary hearing April 10th at 8:30 in the same court. Based on what's been alleged against you, the court believes you pose a substantial and ongoing safety risk to this alleged victim. Bond is set in your case at $25,000. It is secure. If you post it, you'll be on an ankle monitor to ensure that you are not having any contact with her. You cannot go to the scene of the alleged crime. You cannot live there while the case is pending. You can't live anywhere in that apartment complex. You can do a civil standby with law enforcement to collect belongings. No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. Obey any order of protection that may be served on you. No contact with any of the reporting witnesses. That means the people who called the police. If you'll please step to your left, they're going to give you a copy of your paper. All right, Mr. Clegg, sit down. After Mr. Clegg will be Daniel Murphy. All right, hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Cameron David Clegg, 7/22/90.
All right, thank you, Mr. Clegg. You are here on a new case. You got arrested for allegations of trafficking in stolen property in the first degree. It's a Class 2 felony. Burglary in the third degree, a Class 4 felony. And theft by control of a stolen credit card, that's a Class 5 felony. Based on what the police presented, there is probable cause for all of those things, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date will be a status conference this Wednesday, April 8th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. Your preliminary hearing will be April 10th at 8:30 in the same court. Based on your criminal history and what's been alleged against you, bond is set in your case at $5,000. It is secured if you post it. You must comply with all of your written conditions. That means you may not go to any of the scenes of the alleged crimes, and in this case, there were quite a few, both the parking lot where you allegedly took the stuff from the car, and then the places where you used the credit cards or sold the stuff, the pawn shop, etc. No going to any of that. If you make bond, comply with all of your release conditions. That includes no contact with your co-defendant. She's about to get the same order. It doesn't matter whether either of you is in jail or not, no contact with her. No weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, absolutely no victim contact. Everything you need to know is on your paperwork. If you step to your left, they're going to give you a copy.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Murphy, Daryl Murphy. And after that, Andrew Renfro, we go to the chair.
Would you like Mr. Munoz to move back?
Who's Munoz?
The one you were calling earlier.
Oh, did I forget about him? I totally forgot about him. Did we close him out? That's why. We accidentally closed him out. I forgot about him. Yeah, no, let's get Mr. Munoz in here next. Okay, thank you. All right. I apologize, sir. Are you Mr. Murphy? Okay, can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Darryl Murphy, 1963.
April 23rd?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Murphy, you're here in a new case. You're arrested for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon or dangerous instrument. That is a Class 3 felony. And shoplifting 1 second, and he's with multiple prior convictions for shoplifting. Let me double check, that I saw those. 1 second.
Excuse me, I was at Goodwill buying.
I'm sorry, I say it again, you what?
I was at Goodwill buying the instrument.
I see a 2021 shoplift in July,
what they got
that
to do?
qualifies. The 2019, just 1 second, sir. Counsel, I'm not seeing the 2 prior shoplifts for the felony. Do you see them? This is just a probable cause issue, sir. Just give me 1 second on the shoplift, not the aggravated assault. Yeah. And the form 4 says arrests, but the only conviction I can see in the criminal history within 5 years is, it's only 1, and it takes two prior misdemeanors in the past 5 years to make any shoplift a felony, and I'm only seeing 1. He's got older ones, but okay. Alrighty, I'll just want to reprint for this. All right, so sir, I do find probable cause on the allegation of aggravated assault. I don't, for purposes of this hearing, find probable cause on the felony shoplift because it looks like right now I only see 1 qualifying prior within the past 5 years. So you can talk to your lawyer about how that works. Let me finish what I'm going to say, and then I'll hear from you. I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date will be a status conference April 8th at 8:30 in the morning. That's this Wednesday, downtown Superior Court. Preliminary hearing April 10th at 8:30 in the same court. Based on your extensive criminal history and the allegation that the whole thing is on video, the court sets bail in your case at $10,000. It is secured. If you post it, comply with your conditions, it's fine. Don't go to the store. No contact with the alleged victim. Good luck to you. All right. Then Mr. Munoz. I'll just move him down so I remember what order he's in. I'm ready for Mr. Munoz? Okay. And then Andrew Renfro, will you please go to the chair? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Hello, Your Honor. My name is Luis Brian Munoz. My birthday is I was born on 09/28/1992.
Okay, thank you. You're here on a new case and a probation warrant. In your new case, you were arrested for multiple things. For purposes of this hearing only, though, I found probable cause only for the possession of a weapon by a prohibited person. The police just didn't provide the information that they are supposed to establish that what you had was illegal drugs. I don't personally have any doubt that they were. That being said, there's a legal standard. They did not meet it, so I don't find probable cause for purposes of this hearing only on the drug charges. They are not dismissed. It just means I'm ignoring that when setting release conditions. They're very much still pending against you. It's up to the state what the formal charges might end up being. So this is just your booking charge. I only find probable cause today for possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a class 4 felony, not for the 2 allegations of possession of narcotics for sale. Those are class 2 felonies, not for the possession or use of a weapon during a drug offense because I didn't find probable cause for the drug. That's another class 4 felony. Finally, I did not find probable cause for the drug paraphernalia possession allegation, class 6 felony. I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your lawyer can go over all of this with you, as well as what the formal charges might end up being. You go over that with your lawyer. Your first court date is next week. It's a status conference, Wednesday, April 8th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court with a preliminary hearing April 10th at 8:30 in the same court, and that address is on your paperwork. You are also here on a probation warrant. There was already a warrant out for you in your probation case since early February. The petition to revoke alleges that you violated terms 3, 5, and 15. Looks like you're on probation for solicitation to commit narcotic drugs for sale, possession of a weapon during a drug offense. So I am appointing a lawyer for you in your probation case as well. You'll get a copy of the petition from them, and you'll go to court in probation court 1 week from today, which is Thursday, April 9th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown probation court. Based on your criminal history and what's being alleged now and your warrant status in probation, the court finds you will, in all reasonable probability, be revoked to prison in that case, so you do not have bail at all in your probation case. You are held no bond. In the new case, on that weapons possession charge. The court sets bail in the amount of $10,000. It is secured with written release conditions that include not going to the scene of the alleged crimes, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol.
So don't go
But
back.
there's still no bond in your probation case. So you have a bond in the new case, but you were held no bond today in your probation case. So talk to your lawyer about how that works. But even if you post bond in the new case,
It wasn't even my backpack though, Your Honor.
please talk to your lawyer about that allegation. But by the way, that pertains to everything but the gun. Stuff I didn't find probable cause for was allegedly in the bag. So talk to your lawyer. There's very much probable cause on that gun. Please step to your left and take your paperwork.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good luck.
Have a good day.
You too. Where's Mr. Renfro? And then Dwayne Petrie, we go to the chair. Oh, yeah, tell them they can be next. Okay. Hi, sir, can I have your full name and date of birth?
Andrew Alexis Renfro, 11/27/88.
Okay, thank you. You are here on one new case and a probation hold. In the new case, you are booked in on new allegations that are a little bit similar to the last case. There's possession of a weapon by a prohibited person. I do find probable cause for that. That's based on the alleged tactical knife. It is a Class 4 felony. I don't, for purposes of this hearing only, find probable cause on the drug stuff. And that is the dangerous drug possession, which is a Class 4 felony, drug possession, Class 6 felony, and possession of prescription drugs without a prescription, which is a Class 1 misdemeanor, because the police just didn't provide the fundamental information that they're supposed to meet the elements of probable cause to show that those were drugs. So if they're not dismissed, just like I told the last guy, they're still pending against you. The state will decide what the formal charges might be in your case. You can go over that with your lawyer next week. But for today, I only find probable cause on the weapon, which is a Class 4 felony. So I'm appointing a lawyer for you in this case and in your probation case, because probation will be filing a petition to revoke your probation based on this new arrest, so you need a lawyer there as well. Your court date in probation court is Wednesday, April 9th at 8:30 in the morning. So that's in between your court dates in the new case. So Wednesday, April 8th at 8:30 is the status conference in the new case. Thursday, April 9th is your probation revocation arraignment hearing. April 10th is your preliminary hearing in the new case. All of that will be on your paperwork. All right. In each of these two cases, you have a $2,500 secured appearance bond. That is $5,000 total. If you bond out, comply with all of your written conditions, call your PO within 72 hours. This officer has your paperwork if you step to your left. Thank you. Okay, and then Ms. Coleman. Can we get Ms. Coleman in here? He said he was ready, right? Okay. I was wondering if I misinterpreted that. Okay, you guys can go ahead and come up. Okay. Alrighty, and counsel, we only kind of, I think, got as far as like barely starting court dates when your client advised that she believed you were coming. So I'm just going to start from the top, ma'am. It'll seem a little repetitive, but all right. So, ma'am, why don't you go ahead and give me your full name and date of birth?
Amani Coleman, 01/17/2004.
Thank you. And then the appearance of the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. Brooke Gahn on behalf of the state.
And defense.
Alfonso Castillo with the Public Defender's Office for Amani Coleman.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, Ms. Coleman, you've been arrested on a new allegation, which is endangerment as a Class 6 felony. I am appointing the Public Defender's Office to represent you in this case. All right, before I go to conditions of bail or release, counsel, did you want to be heard on probable cause?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Your Honor, in this case, from what I understand from the Form 4, the defendant is alleged to have left her child in a vehicle. What is clear from the Form 4 is that the child did not suffer any heat exhaustion. Paramedics were called to the scene. He was fine. He was cool to the touch. The car was on. The air conditioning was on. So there was no threat or risk to the victim in this case. He was left for a brief period of time of about 27 minutes in a car that was running, air conditioned, parked partially in shade. The shade was covering his side of the vehicle. Ms. Coleman left the windows were not cracked. They were sealed. They were locked. And she returned. She was at Instacart shopping and basically doing a job, and brought the groceries back within a brief period of time and returned to the scene where the vehicle was at and found the police there because of the threat. But overall, the child was not in danger. There was AC running, and there was no risk to her son.
I think you'd state.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would agree with counsel. I do think the Form 4 indicates that it was approximately 27 minutes that the child was in the car.
Well, let me just clarify, because I read that as 27 minutes Oh, that's right. No, they did it from the video.
Correct.
Right, not from the report. Okay, please go ahead. Thank you.
Correct, Your Honor. And it's unclear at what point the complainant grew concerned and called law enforcement about the situation. It says that the windows were, I believe it says slightly cracked, and the air conditioning was running. Thankfully, the child was not seriously injured, but the child certainly could have been. The outdoor temperature on that day, according to law enforcement, was approximately 87 degrees. Law enforcement indicates that the vehicle was parked in direct sunlight, and the complainant indicated that the baby was crying. So clearly the child, and I'd say the toddler, it's a 2.5-year-old according to the Form 4, but was in some level of distress at the time that and quite frankly, that may have been what drew the complainant's attention to the vehicle, was the cries of the toddler. I think it's very good, and we're, I think, all very thankful the child was not injured, didn't suffer any serious consequences, but it was certainly possible at any point the vehicle could have shut off, the AC could have shut off, and then the child would have been in a vehicle. And also the Form 4 indicates the child was strapped into a safety seat, so the child would have had no way, even if the child could open the door, to get out at that time. So I believe for probable cause purposes, there is enough information for the court to find probable cause.
All right, Ms. Gutierrez, I'm going to give you the last word because I look at the police Form 4 sort of as like their case in chief. So I'll just give you the last word on this. I know that in this case, the release decision is entirely dependent on the probable cause decision.
Correct.
So go ahead.
Okay, so Your Honor, the state has to show that there was, that the circumstances created a risk.
A substantial risk of imminent death, or I read it as imminent physical injury, that the imminent applies to the death or the physical injury.
Correct.
It has to be substantial.
And the facts of this case do not rise to that level because there was no risk of imminent death or injury in this case because the car was running, there was AC in the car that was functioning, the paramedics came, they examined the child, they were there briefly, they released him to his mother, and he was cool to the touch, no distress of any kind, no markings of any kind, and so there was no risk here that rises to the level that would require a charge of endangerment here, or at a minimum require release conditions that would impose non-bondability. So we would ask the court to either impose pretrial services release or a small bond of $500. Ms. Coleman is released on a homicide charge for which I currently represent her. There's a high bond there of $75,000. She's been compliant with that release. She posted bond almost 2 years ago, I believe, has been compliant with those release conditions. And this is the first incident we've had with any kind of police contact since those release conditions have been imposed.
All right. And it is the state's burden. I'm going to let you go one more time.
And, Your Honor, I did just want to point out, and unfortunately I don't have any more information regarding this, and it appears that perhaps Ms. Coleman was not arrested or contacted by law enforcement, but it does indicate in the form that there was a similar incident on May 3rd, 2024, of the child being left in a vehicle. I don't know where that information is coming from or how law enforcement came to that information, whether it was maybe perhaps a report from the Department of Child Safety or something along those lines, but that is potentially information that this is maybe a pattern of behavior for Ms. Coleman.
If I may, Your Honor.
Okay.
Ms. Coleman at that time was living at the Dream Center. She denies any contact with the police. She was residing at the Dream Center, compliant with all the requirements of the Dream Center. There was a father involved here, obviously a biological father. She doesn't know where that information is coming from, or what the source of that information is. I don't know. I saw that as well. So my client is denying contact with the police, and I know that she was living at the Dream Center during this time. And if they had any issues or any information related to that type of behavior, she would not be living at the Dream Center at that time. They would address it in a more serious way.
All right, thank you. Ms. Coleman, I've considered what's been alleged against you. Your criminal history, including the cases pending against you in which you have not been convicted. And your juvenile history does you no credit. But in this case, really, everything turns on probable cause, because if I find it, I have to hold you no bail. If I don't find it, you're going to get released. I have to say this is it's a pretty borderline case on endangerment, because the legal standard is fairly high. And I think on these facts, the court believes that more facts would be needed, more specifics, just to find that it rose to that standard. Now, was there any risk? Yes, there was risk. It is generally to be said that in Arizona, that is an epic bad judgment ever to leave a child in a car like that. That being said, it has to be under the law a substantial risk and imminent death or physical injury. And those two adjectives, I believe, I don't have the elements to support that today. Risk, definitely. Substantial, hard to say, and it's very fact-driven. And so imminent death also, or physical injury, again, on these very specific facts, the court's not prepared to say there's probable cause established. So I am not finding probable cause today. That means you will be released. You don't have any specific conditions in this case other than to come to court. It will be up to the county attorney to decide whether or not they want to file a formal charge in this case. You talked to your lawyer about how that timing works. If that's going to change your court dates, let's make sure, did they print correctly? It should be the 16th and the 20th. Okay. So your court dates are going to be a status conference April 16th at 8:30 in the morning, with the preliminary hearing April 20th at 8:30. Keep in touch with your lawyer, and he can walk you through how it works. You won't know for a while whether they are or aren't filing the formal charge. I mean, you'll know before the 16th. But what I'm saying is they get a little bit more time to decide the charging now that you're going to be out of custody. If you had a question, do you want to ask your lawyer first? Press the button too if you are. Okay, any questions, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, then, if there's nothing else, we're going to get that printed. You're welcome to keep using the room. I got plenty of people to go.
Okay.
All righty, thank you.
Okay, so we just wait in the room for the
They're going to print two for you? Yeah, you'll have one and she'll have it. Okay.
And may I be?
Yes, let's get you out of here before we keep going. Okay, just 1 second, sir. We're going to wait for that door to close. Okay, you can come in, please, Mr. Petrie, and then Christina Hernandez. Will you please go to the chair? Hi, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Dwayne Petrie, March 28th, 1985.
Okay, thanks. You're here on two things. One is a new case and one is a probation hold. In the new case, you're arrested for narcotic drug possession. It is a Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. There is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. I'm also appointing a lawyer in your probation case because they are going to file a petition to revoke your probation based on this new arrest. They have to. It's policy. So you're going to have 3 court dates next week. Eventually, the cases should come together in the system, but I can't do that today. So in the brand new case, your court date is going to be, your next one is a status conference Wednesday, April 8th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. Your preliminary hearing will be April 10th at 8:30 in the same court. You'll go in between to probation court on Wednesday, April 9th at 8:30 in the morning for a probation revocation arraignment hearing. In the probation case, you have a $1,000 secured appearance bond. In the new case, I'm just going to set what's called a placeholder bond. It's a nominal bond we use when a person would otherwise have been released, if not for the probation. So you have the $1,000 bond in the probation case. In the new case, it's just $50 to make you eligible for credit for time in custody and to ensure that you will be transported by the sheriffs for those court hearings. So it's $1,050 total if you bond out. Don't miss any of your court hearings. Call your PO within 72 hours of release. You step to your left.
Is that $1,050 cash?
It's secured. It means you can use a bail bond company.
Okay.
Okay, they've got your paperwork. Thank you. Mrs. Hernandez. And then James Blanton, we go to the chair. Where's Ms. Hernandez? Hello, ma'am. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Christina Nicole Hernandez, 11/5/1987.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You are here on a probation violation warrant and 3 warrants from Goodyear City Court. I'm going to start with your probation warrant. You're on probation for a Class 5 felony, and a petition to revoke your probation was filed fuzzy, on March 18th, so a couple weeks ago, alleging that you immediately violated probation, including terms 3 and 5. You never reported and went into the wind. And that's what the allegation is. So you'll get a copy of that petition from your lawyer. I am appointing a lawyer for you in probation court. Your court date there is 1 week from today, Wednesday, April 9th at 8:30 in the morning. The address downtown is on your paperwork. You're also here for 3 warrants out of Goodyear City Court because you missed a court date on April 1st, so yesterday, in all 3 cases, or that's when the warrant went out. You may have missed a court date a few days earlier, but the warrant went out yesterday. I don't know, ma'am. I don't have their docket. But you missed it in all 3 cases. I'm sorry. It says March 18th, failure to appear. I'm looking at just public access records, so you can talk to the Goodyear judge, but it was the same in all 3 cases. Not your first failure to appear in those cases either. So you're going to go to Goodyear City Court, April 8th at 8:30 in the morning. It's on your paperwork. That's an arraignment. I'm going to affirm their bonds. I just did 100 per case. What are they? Yeah, they set 500 per case. So I'm going to do 100 per case in the Goodyear cases. So that's 300 total for Goodyear, 500 for the Superior Court, 800 is your complete amount for all 4 cases. If you bond out, comply with all of your written release conditions, do not miss any court dates. If you step to your left, you get a copy.
But I'm not getting no work?
Not unless you put up $800. All
Wow.
right, Mr. Blanton. And then Michael Gomez, you go to the chair. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
James Richard Blanton, May 8th, 1960.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a new case and a probation hold. In the new case, you got arrested for possessing dangerous drugs. It's a Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. There is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer for you in this case and in your probation case. Probation will be filing a petition to revoke your probation based on the new arrest. So you'll have a lawyer for both cases. You have 3 court dates coming up next week. The first one is in the new case, Wednesday, April 8th at 8:30 in the morning. That's a status conference. The next day, Thursday, April 9th at 8:30, you'll go to probation court for a revocation arraignment hearing. Finally, on Friday, April 10th at 8:30, you'll have a preliminary hearing in the new case only. All of this is going to be on your paperwork. All right, let me double check. In each of your 2 cases, you have a $500 secured appearance bond. That is $1,000 total. If you post that bond, you must comply with all of your written release conditions. Do not miss your court date. If you step to your left, they'll give you copies of your paperwork. Thank you. All right. Yeah, I'll wait for a second.
Thank you, Honor.
All right, Mr. Gomez? Michael Gomez, and then Ernie Hinson, we go to the chair. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Michael Anthony Gomez, 11/6/88.
Okay, thank you. You are here on a bench warrant for failing to appear in a case in which you've been charged with possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony. This warrant is issued September 16th of 2025. You already have a lawyer in the case. Your next court date is going to be a status conference this Wednesday, April 8th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. Your preliminary hearing will be April 10th at 8:30 in the same court. And in this case, I am affirming the bond set by the trial judge. It's $500 secured with written release conditions. If you post it, comply with all of those and come to court as ordered. If you step to your left, you get a copy of that paperwork.
When I had court last time, here, she had dropped the dangerous drugs.
I can't imagine what you're referring to because you had a court date, you weren't there, and a warrant went out. Let me look at I may be able to help you understand what happened. So at the hearing, just like this, the judge found no probable cause for the dangerous drugs. But as I just told several people, it does not mean they're dismissed. You still have to go to court, and you blew it. You had a court date. It was right there. You totally blew it. It was not dismissed. There was just a no probable cause finding at this hearing, which means we ignore it for purposes of release conditions. It is not dismissed. So talk to your lawyer about that, but it was not dismissed, and you were ordered to go to court, and yeah.
Okay, so.
You're gonna have to post this bond, sir.
That's $500?
Yeah, you've also got, looks like failures to appear. Got misdemeanor convictions, you got, yeah, so you're gonna have to post a bond. Everything's on your paperwork. If you step to your left, you get a copy of that. All right, Mr. Hinton, Ernie Hinton, then Daniel Nelson, will you go to the chair? Hello, sir, can I have your full name and date of birth?
Ernie Hinton Jr., 1984.
March 14th?
March 14, 1984.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a probation warrant?
Yes.
And you're on probation for a Class 6 felony. Back on September 2nd, there was a petition filed to revoke your probation. It alleges that you violated terms 3 and 5. You'll get a copy of it from your lawyer, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Yeah, this warrant was issued last September.
Yes.
So your next court date will be in the downtown probation court.
didn't
Sir, I'm
I-
trying to talk. Sir, don't interrupt me, please.
I served time.
April 9th, 8:30 in the morning. It's a revocation, arraignment, and possible disposition hearing. That's 1 week from today, and you have a $250 secured appearance bond. Now, what did you want to say?
I was saying, hey, I served for that time, though. I served that time.
No, you didn't. You're on probation, sir. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, okay, can we just...
You got sentenced, and you literally never reported.
Can we redo the probation?
Talk to your lawyer about possible reinstatement. I don't decide what's going to happen in your case. I just set your next hearing in front of the probation judge. You go talk to the probation judge next week, talk to your lawyer. If you want to try to get reinstated, your lawyer can talk to you about what the odds of that are.
When's my court date?
1 week from today, April 9th. If you step to your left, I'll give you your paperwork. Thank you. Mr. Nelson? And then Alma Aguayo, will you please go to the chair? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Daniel Nelson, 6/15/74.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Nelson, you're here on a warrant from Arrowhead Justice Court, and in this case, it was issued September 29, 2025. Your next court date is going to be April 7th at 8:30 in the morning. That is 5 days from today, this coming Tuesday in the Arrowhead Justice Court. Your bond is, again, $145. It is secured. If you don't post it, there will be a public defender there at the next hearing to help you with the bond issue only. If you do post it, don't miss your court dates. If you step to your left, you get a copy of your paperwork. Ms. Aguayo, Alma Aguayo. And then Caitlin Havlin, will you go to the chair, please? Hello, ma'am. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Good morning. My name is Alma Aguayo, 12/18/81, ma'am.
All right, thanks. You're here on a warrant from Arcadia Biltmore Justice Court, where you've been convicted of extreme DUI about 12 years ago. This warrant issued November 6th of 2025. Your next court date is in the Arcadia Biltmore Justice Court, this coming Tuesday, April 7th at 8:30 in the morning. The address is on your paperwork. I showed this was a page 2, which means the sheriff caught it after you were booked on something else.
Yeah,
I came. Do you know why else you're here?
I came in. I put myself in for a probation violation.
Okay.
So
what happened in that case?
With that, they let me go on that one.
I'm sorry. What did you say?
It looks like pre-trial.
Pre-trial. Okay. And that was 11 o'clock last night. Thank you. I just didn't have time. No, I got it right here. Okay. All right, I'm glad you self-surrendered. Okay, that's why I wanted to check. All right, I'm actually going to release you in this case, ma'am. Let's redo this. I was going to give you a small bond, and also note that the Justice Court case card shows you don't like to go to court either.
I know.
Just like the last guy, but you've got a lot more riding on the probation case. That could come with serious time. This one is mostly a failure to pay, etc. Not showing up for court is not okay. It always ends up in a bond. But you've already been convicted in this case. Anyway, your lawyer is going to be really mad at you if you pick up a misdemeanor warrant while you're going through a probation violation or whatever it is. You got pretrial. So comply. Don't miss your court date. I'm going to release you, and it's going to be April 22nd at 1 p.m. It's going to change your court date, okay? You're going to either do it or you won't, ma'am. I have a feeling I'm going to look at last night's case. The sort of like the train is pulling into the station on whether or not you're going to be a frequent flyer and end up in prison and then revolving dooring through here, or whether you're going to comply. Yeah, you're out on
I was using
narcotics
before.
for sale, so you got a lot to lose, ma'am.
I was-
Start going to court. You got indicted, but that's an old case.
I was
So-
using a lot before, and I just got out of a treatment for 90 days, so I'm trying to do the right thing now.
Yeah, right, because I think looking at your situation, you could turn yourself around.
Yes.
Or you could go completely into
Yes,
a
ma'am.
ditch. This is
Yes,
the
ma'am.
time
Yes,
to decide. So my case is sort of trailing along after that.
yeah.
Just don't miss court dates,
Yes,
okay?
ma'am.
You got a lot bigger fish to
Yes.
fry. Don't pick up a misdemeanor
I
warrant.
won't, ma'am.
All right, if you
Thank
step to
you.
your left, you
Appreciate
get your
it.
paperwork. All right, Ms. Haviland. And after that, Natalie Sane, and we go to the chair. Where is Caitlin Haviland? Right here, ma'am. All right, good morning, ma'am. Can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Caitlin, Drew Howland,
Okay, what's your date of birth, ma'am?
June 27, 1995.
Okay, thank you. You are here because there's been a petition to revoke your probation filed. You are on probation for a Class 1 misdemeanor. And back on March 19th, so just a couple weeks ago, there was a petition filed to revoke your probation. The petition alleges that you violated terms 3 and 5. You'll get a copy of it from your lawyer, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you in probation court. Your court date in probation court will be 1 week from today, which is April 9th at 8:30 in the morning. I'm going to affirm the bond that the probation judge gave you, and that is $100 secured. If you post that bond, you'll be released, and you have to get yourself to court next week and call your PO within 72 hours. The number will be on your paperwork. If you don't post bond, you'll stay in the jail till next week, and the sheriffs will take you over for court on Wednesday. Everything's on your paperwork, ma'am. If you'll step to your left, they're going to give you a copy, okay?
Okay.
All right, good luck. All right. All right, Ms. Sandin? And then Victor James, we go to the chair. Hi, ma'am. May I have your full name and your date of birth?
Natalie Sandin, 11/07/2001.
All right, thank you. You're here on a new case. You got booked in for one allegation of trafficking and stolen property in the first degree. That's a Class 2 felony, and there is probable cause for it. She's a co-defendant with Clegg. Shall we make her number 2 in that case? I forgot we can do that. Like the police, when 2 different officers fill out booking, you'll come up as like 2 different bookings, even though you are co-defendants. Right, it's number 9. Yeah. Okay, so we're just gonna tweak the paperwork so it's clear they are co-defendants. And then I'm gonna assign the legal defender. That's what made me think of that. I'm gonna give you a court-appointed lawyer, but from a different public defender agency. So
I do have an attorney already.
You want to hire one? Okay. Never mind. We're going to do not indigent. No, we still need to reprint. Okay. All right. Thank you for letting me know. I actually saw that. It just didn't penetrate. And you're sure you have one?
Yes.
Okay. All righty. Then I'm going to, right here, just note. Okay. All righty. So, based on what's been alleged against you, I do find probable cause, and I am setting 2 court dates for you. The first one is a status conference April 16th, which is 2 weeks from today at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court, with a preliminary hearing April 20th at 8:30 in the same court, address on your paperwork. Now, you don't appear to have any criminal history, in sharp contrast to your co-defendant. So in this case, I'm going to release you to pretrial services. You got to report to them. I recognize these are property crimes. I would be very surprised if this is the only thing you're charged with. I think they probably have multiple, yeah, they do. You're very likely to be charged with multiple crimes. which gives the state some leverage against you, but by and large, these are property offenses, and you're almost certainly probation eligible even if you go to trial and lose. Vastly different situation than your co-defendant who faces a lengthy prison term. So I'm going to release you to pretrial services. Do not go to the scenes of any of these crimes. No contact with your co-defendant. And by the way, that just seems like, life advice. It's a terrible idea anyway. That being said, you're ordered not to do it. Not whether he's in custody, not whether you land yourself in custody. If you were to commit any new felony while this case is pending, if there's probable cause for it, you get held without bond. The thing that the lawyer came for, it's extremely rare that we don't find probable cause. If I had in her case that with the baby in the car, she would be held no bond because she's out on release as an accomplice in a murder case. You are now out on release in a bunch of felony cases. If you come in on one felony, like possession of drugs, you will be held no bond at this hearing, provided the police do an adequate job. So comply with your release conditions. I'm telling you all this because you're really young, and not the first time. I've been doing this for a lot of years. Some young woman and has got the boyfriend with the prison record and all the priors. And so doesn't mean it's an explanation, not an excuse. Back when I prosecuted, lawyers would say to me, oh, but it was her bad boyfriend. And I would say, yep, that is definitely an explanation, not an excuse. That if you did this, you grossly and repeatedly victimized the same person over and over. It is not an excuse to say, well, my bad boyfriend got me into drugs and he came out of prison. Not an excuse. So comply with your release conditions. Don't miss court. If you do, this is what happens. And nobody's going to be sympathetic to the missed court date. Don't commit new crimes. Absolutely no contact with the alleged victim. No weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription. Call into pretrial services. It's not hard. We're going to give you instructions. Don't lose them. It's in the envelope. But you should be out many hours from now. Try to be patient, hopefully by dinner time. But if you step to your left, she's going to give you your paperwork. Thank you. All right, Mr. James, Victor James, and then Jessica Vasquez. We go to the chair. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
My name is Victor James, and I'm 11/01/1958.
Okay, thanks. You're on a new case. You got arrested for aggravated driving under the influence of alcohol. It's a class 4 felony. There is probable cause for it, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date, pardon me, is a status conference April 16th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court, with a preliminary hearing April 20th at 8:30. All of that is on your paperwork. It's 2 weeks from now.
Okay.
And I'm going to release you to pretrial services with alcohol testing. You have prior felonies. They're getting kind of old. Close to 20 years now. One of them, though, it's aggravated DUI, and plus the allegations in this case strongly suggest you've had an alcohol problem for most of your life. That being said, what I want for you, sir, is to not drive. You do not have the right to drive in Arizona. It was taken away. They allege you were in a small accident yesterday and no one was hurt. You still victimized another person if you did this.
Yes.
But that being said, you have no business behind the wheel of a car. You utterly lack the right to drive in Arizona, and they allege you were wildly drunk and puked in the back of the patrol car. And so, Mr. James, don't drive.
Okay.
It's twice in your order. Don't drive.
Okay.
And so, you face mandatory prison in this case already if you're convicted. So talk to your lawyer about that.
Okay.
So don't make it worse. Don't hurt anyone. But I'm going to release you and you will alcohol test.
Okay.
My guess is they're going to wait for blood results on you. It's up to them. It's up to them. They may not immediately file it. I have factored that in. And also that I think as long as you don't get behind the wheel of a car, you're probably not a danger to anybody, but that you're a horrible danger to people when you're behind the wheel of a car. I mean, they allege wildly drunk, unable to stand, vomiting in the police car, reeking of alcohol. And so you just comply with your conditions and come to court. If you were to commit this type of offense while the case is pending, even if you didn't hurt anyone, state's going to start their offer at 4.5 years in prison. That may be their offer anyway. I don't know. It depends on a lot of factors. Talk to your lawyer. You're not even convicted yet. Okay? You're innocent until proven guilty. I have not forgotten that. I'm just really worried that you're going to hurt somebody. But I guess not enough to put a bond on you, because I'm hopeful that you'll grow a clue, and I'm hopeful that they impounded your car so that you can't go endangering people with this. So I'm releasing you. Okay. I realize I just said a lot of things that you might want to respond to, but mostly that's my discomfort with releasing you. I'm going to do it. Comply with your conditions.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't miss court. I do this hearing for people that murder other people with their drunk driving, and that's why it's uncomfortable to think that if I make the wrong call in your case, I may have contributed to you killing someone. I don't like that feeling. That being said, our risk assessment score suggests that as long as you do what we tell you, you're not a danger to people. Okay. So step to your left, take your paperwork, don't miss court, don't drive, okay?
Yes,
all right,
ma'am.
thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Vasquez, Jessica Vasquez. And then Geeson or Geisen Jones, would you please go to the chair?
Yes.
Hi, ma'am, can I have your full name and date of birth?
Jessica Vasquez, 12/29/81.
Okay, thanks. You're on a new case. You got arrested for two things. I found probable cause for one of them, and that is criminal littering, a Class 3 misdemeanor. I did not, for purposes of this hearing, only find probable cause for the drug paraphernalia allegation because the police didn't provide enough information to support that it was drug paraphernalia. It is not dismissed. That's what I told the guy earlier. It's not dismissed. I'm just ignoring it for release conditions, and I'm only setting release conditions for the littering, which means I'm releasing you. I don't hold people for littering.
Okay.
So, I'm going to appoint a lawyer for you because the drug paraphernalia is a felony, so the case will get initially sent downtown. The county attorney will decide whether they want to file on it or not. So I'm appointing a lawyer, and I'm giving you two court dates. A status conference April 16th at 8:30, that's in 2 weeks. Preliminary hearing April 20th at 8:30. All of it is on your paperwork. You are released on your own recognizance. Everything you need to know is on this paperwork. Officer, does she have anything else holding her? Because she's wearing stripes. Did they just not like your clothes?
No, I didn't have a shirt.
Okay, so, fine. What's that? Nothing else. Okay, so you should be able to get released. Still takes forever. Try to be patient if you'll step to your left.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. All right, Ms. Jones, or Mr. Jones, sorry. And then Darius Glover, will you go to the chair? Right here, sir.
Yes, sir.
Can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
It's Geisen Descartes Jones, 7/11/78.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Jones, you got arrested for criminal trespass in the third degree, which is a Class 3 misdemeanor, and there is probable cause for it. I'm going to give you an arraignment hearing in the University Lakes Justice Court, and the address, I believe, is in Chandler. It's going to be on your paperwork. April 21st, which is almost 3 weeks from now, 1:30 in the afternoon. That's your court date. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. Don't go to any part of ASU property while the current no trespass notice is in effect. They said it started yesterday, so they said it was for a year, but the police were saying they gave you a trespass notice for all of ASU property. So I want you to comply with that as a term of release in this case. Go show up for court, okay?
Thank you.
All right, good luck. All right, Mr. Glover, Darius Glover, and then Emily Littlefield, will you go to the chair? Hi, sir, can I have your full name and date of birth?
Darius Glover, April 12th, 1999.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a warrant from Pioneer Justice Court over in Pinal County, and it is for a criminal speeding ticket, a Class 3 misdemeanor. Your next court date is going to be an arraignment hearing in the Pioneer Justice Court, 8:30 in the morning. Now, your case. It's a Class 3 misdemeanor, which is the lowest class of crime on the books that you can be put in jail for. And they say you totally blew off the bench trial. So, in a general sense, you get a bond for blowing off your trial. In another sense, it's a Class 3 misdemeanor. Most people never do a single night in jail. You just did one because you didn't feel like going to trial. You've been to court in this case. You went, and then you just didn't show up for the trial, and they alleged you were driving again yesterday but not speeding. So all I'm doing, sir, is saying I'm going to release you because it's right next door. I'm not worried about you getting to Pinal County. I hope you grow a clue because it's not going to happen again. If this isn't enough to convince you to just show up, great, we'll give you a bond next time. But getting arrested, you know, is incredibly disruptive to your life. You're doing it on a case where you're almost certainly not going to get any jail. The math doesn't work for me. So please, just be smart and go on the 7th. It's Tuesday. Go Tuesday. If you can't make it, it's 5 days from now. Look up their number and call them and ask for a different court date. Don't blow them off. You blow them off, this is what happens. So I hope you're smart enough to do that, Mr. Glover. And really, the reason I'm doing it is you've been to court before. It is a low class of crime, and I think it would be very unintelligent to do this again. So if that's you, we'll see you again eventually, and we'll give you a bond. Except you'll have to take your paperwork. Good luck. The Littlefield, Emily Littlefield, and then Chase Potts. So we go to the chair. Hi, ma'am. Can I have your full name, date of birth?
Emily Littlefield, 10/17/75.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a city court warrant from Fountain Hills Town Court.
Right.
And the case is obstruction of justice by the refusal to provide a true name. It's a Class 2 misdemeanor. Your next court date is going to be an arraignment hearing April 22nd, which is almost exactly 3 weeks from now, April 22nd at 9 in the morning. This is a failure to appear from a citation, again, on a misdemeanor. And just like I told the last gentleman, most people wouldn't do a day in jail on a case like this, except if they blow off court. So now you just got to enjoy what happens if you blow off court. So hope you don't do it again. I'm going to release you. I give people do-overs on these little misdemeanors because this should be enough. If it's not going to magically disappear. We'll see you again, and we'll give you a bond. So much easier to go to court unless you really didn't mind that experience. I think most people hate it, and it's awful. And it's going to take you a good 6 hours to get released, so your ordeal isn't even over. Or you could just go to court.
Okay.
So I hope that math works for you, and then we'll never see you down here again. Good luck, ma'am.
Thank you.
Step to your left. All right, Mr. Potts, Chase Potts. Hi, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
Chase Potts, 21190.
Okay, thanks. You're in a new case. You got booked in for a drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony for which I did not find probable cause. It is not dismissed. I'm going to give you a lawyer and some court dates, and then you're going to be released, which I almost certainly would have done even if I had found probable cause.
Okay.
So, go to court April 16 at 8:30 in the morning. That's 2 weeks from now. Preliminary hearing April 20th at 8:30 in the morning. I put a phone number on your paperwork because many times the county attorney is not interested in filing a paraphernalia case in Superior Court. They'll send it down to a lower court to do it as a misdemeanor. And so call this number a few days before court. When's your court date? The 16th. So call it like that Monday and say, do I still have a court date on the 16th? If they say no, it means the county attorney did not go forward on this case.
Okay.
So just kind of a warning to save you a trip for court. But if for some reason the county attorney did decide to go forward and they filed charges and you weren't there on the 16th, you will catch a warrant. So be sure to call or just show up on the 16th.
Okay.
All right. Everything's on your paperwork if you step to your left.
Thank you.
All right. I've got 2 warrants from out of state. Can I have both of you come in? I'm going to do a little information dump together, and then I'll do your cases separately.
Stay right here on this corner, ma'am. Just on this corner.
All righty, folks. So I'm not doing your cases yet. I'm just going to kind of help give you the nutshell about how out-of-state warrants work, just to save time from repeating it. So out-of-state warrants, very different than in-state. You guys have 4 rights when you're here on an out-of-state warrant. The first one is the right to have an extradition hearing 90 days after today's date. So you have extradition rights. As part of the whole extradition process, you have the right to insist that a governor's warrant be signed by the governors of each state and presented to the Arizona court before you could be extradited to the state that wants you. That's called the governor's warrant. Well, sometimes it's two, but it's both governors have to sign. Third right is the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense. But this is a civil court case. Extradition is civil, even though it's for a criminal warrant. The criminal case is happening in the state that wants you. That's where you have a constitutional right to a lawyer. You don't in a civil case. So what you have is the right that everybody has to hire a lawyer at your own expense to represent you. Third right is, under Arizona law, you have the right to bail if you don't agree to go back. That's waiving extradition. One of yours came out, Mr. Key, yours went out as a no bond warrant from Alabama, but that's Alabama law. Under Arizona law, you're eligible for bail. And so, so let me just finish. If you have a question, I'll let you ask it on your own case.
Thank you.
Okay. So if you don't waive extradition, this is just an option. I'm going to give you an option right now if you want to waive extradition. Some people want to do it quickly so they can start a clock running against the other state. It's just an option for you. No obligation, no pressure. It's just an option. So if you want to waive extradition, that means you're going to give up all the rights I went over, except the right to hire a lawyer, because you always have that. You give up the right to have an extradition hearing within 90 days. You give up the right to get a governor's warrant signed by the governors, and you give up the right to bail. It starts a 30-day clock. So instead of being on that 90-day clock to get an extradition hearing, you're on a 30-day clock, but you get held no bond in the jail while you wait to see if they come get you. Because you agreed to go back, you don't get to run around after you agree to go back. You sit in the jail 30 days, wait and see if they come and get you. And you cannot bond out. You don't have any more court hearings. Nothing else happens but waiting. If they don't come, then on the 31st day, you get released. But the warrant stays active in the national system. We can't quash another state's warrant. So you could literally be arrested on it the next day. You have to do something about it in that state, or you will eventually be rearrested on the very same warrant. I always give out that warning because we see it happen every once in a while. That the state does not come, the person gets released, and then they're mad because, a few weeks later, a month later, a year later, they get arrested and held again, and they're mad. And there's not one thing this court can or will do about it if that state says they want you. So, in any event, I'm just going to tell you the bond amount I'm contemplating. If you don't waive bond, if you want to keep your rights, and that, because I don't think you can weigh your choice unless you know. If you don't want to decide today, or you just never want to waive your rights, then I'm going to set your next court hearing for April 20th, which is not for 18 more days. April 20th at 1:30 in the afternoon. And Ms. Hill, I would affirm California's bond for you, which is $50,000. It'd be secured, meaning you could use a bail bondsman. And Mr. Key, I'm contemplating a $25,000 secured appearance bond for you, which I'll go over more in a moment. But let me have you stay right here, Ms. Hill, and then I'll have you sit down, Mr. Key, and we'll go over, we can ask questions and do any of that. Okay, ma'am, so this is your court hearing. Will you give me your full name and date of birth?
My legal name is Bobby Buzz. I'm being prosecuted under my birth name, Brunel Hill, 12491.
Okay, thank you. And so you are here on a warrant. Hold on a second. I'm going to get the county. And it is from San Diego County, California. This warrant was issued January 9th of 2026, so about 3 months ago. And the listed offense that you were charged with there is kidnapping. So in this case, as I said, if you want to keep your extradition rights, I'm going to give you a court date of April 20th at 1:30 in the afternoon, and it's the court's intent to affirm the bond set by the California court. This is $50,000. You could post it and be out of custody while the Arizona extradition case is happening, but you have to come to all of our extradition hearings. You'll have at least 2 before the actual hearing. You have some check-in status conferences before the actual hearing.
I just want to get to San Diego.
Sorry?
I just want to get to San Diego.
Okay, does that mean you want to give up your right to an extradition hearing and start that 30-day clock?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, then I have to ask you some formal questions to make sure you understand the rights you have before I ask if you want to give them up. So first we have to establish that you do know that you have the right. So let me ask you the questions, and I always use the script so that I don't mess it up, because waiving rights is serious. Okay. Alrighty, ma'am. Did you read the waiver of extradition paperwork we gave you? That's the card, because that's what you would be signing.
Yes.
Okay. Do you understand that you do not have to sign that waiver paperwork?
Yes.
All right, do you understand that you have the right to have an extradition hearing here in Arizona? All right, do you understand that you have the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense for the extradition proceedings? Do you understand that you have the right to insist that a governor's warrant be signed by the governors of both states before you could be taken back to California?
Yes.
All right, and do you understand that you have the right to bail right now, and that if you don't waive, I will set that bail in your case? Do you understand that? Any of you, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. And do you understand that if you do give up your right to an extradition hearing, you will be held no bond for those 30 calendar days, and you won't be able to bond out of jail? Do you understand that?
Yes.
And do you understand, I forgot to mention this, that if you have any Arizona charges or holds, California's 30-day clock won't start until you're finished with any Arizona cases. Do you understand that?
Understood.
Okay, I don't see any for you, but I
No.
never know what might be lurking out there. Okay. Alrighty, and then, so, understanding all those rights, do you want to give them up and sign the waiver paperwork?
Yes.
And has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to sign the paperwork? I'll give you a second, and then I'll ask it again, okay?
I don't know how to answer that.
Okay. What I'll say is if you feel that you've been threatened with anything, or that you're under any kind of duress, or that you've been promised something that I don't know about, I can't take your waiver today because it won't be voluntary. And so if you're concerned that there's outside pressure on you or promises that people have made, the court has to be aware of that, or I can't take your waiver. So I'll ask you the question one more time. If you're not comfortable answering, you can say that too. Or you can just tell me right now, I'll keep my rights. What do you want to do?
I just want to stay with what I decided.
I'm sorry?
I just want to stay with the decision I decided to waive my rights.
Okay, let me ask you the question again, okay? Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to sign the waiver paperwork?
No.
All right. Have you had any drugs, alcohol, or medication within the last 24 hours?
No.
All right. Then I find that you knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily are signing the waiver paperwork and giving up your extradition rights, not your other, trial rights, just your extradition rights in Arizona. And I will also sign it. California will have 30 calendar days starting tomorrow. It starts the day after you waive. So on April 3rd, that's day one. So when you're counting on your fingers, April 3rd is day one. They have 30 calendar days to come and get you. And I have to say this, if you have any Arizona charges or holds, California's 30-day clock will begin at the conclusion of any Arizona cases. If you don't have any, then that wouldn't apply. And again, I'll remind you, if they don't come by day 30, then on day 31, you'll be released. You have to do something about the warrant in California, or you will be rearrested on it. Okay, give us a minute to get all the paperwork printed up for you. Check that and get rid of the hearing. Okay, and then we're going to have you step over and sign. You actually have to sign the waiver electronically. My clerk will give you a copy of what you're signing. It is the card that we gave you. Okay, it's good. And good luck, ma'am. All right, Mr. Key.
Okay, go ahead and sign on
All right, sir, can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Seth Patrick Key, 42882.
Okay, thank you. You are here on a warrant from Coleman County, Alabama.
Yes, ma'am.
A failure to appear warrant in a case in which the listed charges in the system, hang on a second, no, I think I actually had a copy of the warrant. Yeah, this time I did, and it is 3 counts of possession of a credit or debit card. There was a fraud allegation listed in the teletype. Oh, no, actually, okay, and then they've also got possession or receipt of controlled substances and possession of drug paraphernalia. That looks like a separate warrant. Hold on a second.
It's, I think...
One second, okay.
I'm sorry.
Hey, Katrina. Just FYI, Alabama sent over 2 warrants, but I think we're just doing the one. We have to be very specific about what is this hearing for. So the one that we're doing is, that's really annoying. Okay, hold on a second. States do this all the time, and it drives me crazy. They compact multiple warrants into one request. So you could end up brought back here on the drug warrant separately, but right now, this is the, okay, give me a minute because I just need to make a note because somebody else is going to get this and go, wait, wasn't he already seen? Okay. This hearing was conducted for 1 second. Okay, it's just going to take me a second. Okay. 4. Coleman. Okay, Circuit Court. Hold on a second. Circuit Court, Coleman and County Circuit Court case number 75. I'm just going to take the warrant off the thing. I don't know if I'll figure it out. 1 second. 25 PC 2020. Okay. So I'm just warning you, these things always get a little odd because it just depends on whether Alabama wants to
May I speak?
tell, not yet,
Okay.
that they want to tell our sheriffs that they do also want to extradite you on the drug warrant. You've got a drug warrant and this credit card warrant. No, it's not saving. Hold on a second. Okay, wait, did it work? It worked. Okay. All righty. So we went over the basics of extradition a few minutes ago on this docket. Did you have any questions about that process, the 90-day clock or the 30-day clock? Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am. I've already been extradited on this, and came back to Arizona. I've already stayed in jail 30 days here on this, got extradited to Alabama, and thought it was done with, and now I'm back here.
That's interesting.
Yeah, so I don't understand, is there no way you can look that up and see?
It's doubtful it'll make any difference, but it was October 21 of 2025. Give me a minute to, can you try to help me find a CR number?
October.
Katrina. For under his name, I'm wondering if I can search ISIS from here, if it's going to give me trouble. It's going to take a minute, okay? Hold on.
Okay.
I may be able to shed some light on it. Please don't hold your breath. That it's going to help you.
I think it was...
Because I entirely believe somebody could have done this twice. So I'm going to see if I can find your other case. And if anything's really, really weird, this court is largely unable to resolve weirdness. I have to go with what Alabama is saying. And then you have to get to extradition court and try to resolve it there.
Well, about 2 weeks ago, I was stopped. I had contact with the police here, and they called Coleman, and they said there was nothing, they didn't want me. And then yesterday,
Yesterday they said they did.
Yeah.
I'm looking at
it's real confusing.
I'm not only looking at the confirmation. Their confirmation, which just is an answer in this teletype system, they answered back, warrant is valid. Please send a good email to send over a copy of the warrant to place a hold on the subject. Then the sheriff, Coleman County, Alabama, sent over the whole warrant packet directly to our sheriff's office, strongly indicating they changed their mind. It says right here, please place a hold on Seth Patrick Key, DOB 42882. Please contact our records for extradition information. This is unequivocal today. Whether they got a right-hand, left-hand problem there, I don't know, and cannot resolve and won't take your word for it.
I just don't understand it because I've already been extradited back.
Yeah, so I want to see when that was. Yeah, I wanted the CR. I wanted to see what happened in the CR.
There's 2 of them he was seen on.
Okay, hold on a second. Yeah, so see, because he's got the 2 warrants. Okay, hold on a second. And did he come through? Oh, you know what? I didn't think it was signed an IA. Okay, give me the case. Give me one of them. TR.
Well, the booking number brings up over.
Oh, thank you, hold on.
G192406.
Okay, thanks. Okay, here we go. July of 2025, okay. And so just looking at our calendar, and then it looks like, right, on the 14th you came in. This is interesting, okay, hold on. You had a Maricopa County, here's your FOJ, and it looks like on the 14th of July. And this one never went to docket. Then for some reason, let me look what the warrant was. Was this warrant on the 14th of July last year? And it was confirmed back then by Coleman. I've got the response, but then it looks like, I don't know, were you just looking at ISIS? Because what I'm wondering is what happened in the ultimate case, and that one doesn't link to anything. Let me see if this one does. It doesn't give me, FOJ is broken for hyperlinking. Like I can't pull up the docket. I have to, but I guess I have the, hold on. It's very annoying. I'm just annoyed with our system, sir, not you. Our system is very annoying. Okay, hold on. I just need to get into regular ISIS. Get a pen and write it down. Okay. This was 003, 906, and 907. And then the one that was the 14th, but the same warrant, was 003, 893.
This is the last minute entry
Thank you.
for all three.
Oh, okay. For all three, okay. Okay, so I'm just looking at the minute entry, August 11, 2025. You were in front of Commissioner Spencer for all three of these case numbers, because I think it does all relate to the same two cases. And it said this was the 30 days hearing, oral argument, motion to modify release conditions.
I signed the waiver that
I
day.
know.
Yeah.
Defense in custody doesn't have local charges in form of a warrant. Demand state is willing to extradite. So they extradited you in August, and then at some point they put out another warrant for you in October. So the timing is not off.
Yeah, I was in jail there for 3 weeks on something else.
Then I think you didn't have the right to leave, is what I think, is you did not have permission to leave.
Well, they released me to another county, and then...
Yeah, so I think you didn't have permission to leave, sir. So I'm going to look at this, and you shouldn't have done it.
Is there any way I can get released to...
I'm giving you a bond, sir. I'm giving you a bond. You know what I'll do, though? It's $15,000. That's what you had last time. It looks like you probably had 15 in each case. So I'm going to do $15,000 if that was sufficient last time. But I very much believe you didn't have the right to leave Alabama, and you did, and you missed a court hearing.
Okay.
So here we go.
I'll just sign the waiver.
Oh, you want to waive your right? Okay, we can do that too. I think you definitely understand the choice. Okay. All righty, then let me ask you the questions, okay? 1 second. All right. And did you read the waiver of extradition paperwork we gave you? That
Yes.
is what you're going to be asked to sign. You did? One more time?
Yes.
Sorry, because I talked over you. Okay. All right. Do you understand that you do not have to sign the waiver paperwork?
Yes.
All right. Do you understand that you have the right to have an extradition hearing here in Arizona on
Yes.
this warrant? You got to not run
Yes.
over me because, okay, thanks. One more time.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Do you understand that you have the right to an extradition hearing?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to demand that a governor's warrant be signed by the governors of both states before you are returned?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to bail if you keep your rights?
Yes.
Do you understand that you're going to be held 30 days no bond if you waive your rights?
Yes.
Alrighty. Do you want to give up all those rights and sign the waiver paperwork today?
Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to sign the paperwork?
No.
And have you had any drugs, alcohol, or medication in the last 24 hours?
No.
All right. And I find that you knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily are waiving your right to an extradition hearing and signing the waiver paperwork. I will also sign the waiver paperwork, and my orders will direct our sheriff's office to notify Alabama that you're ready to return. Alabama will have 30 calendar days starting tomorrow to come and get you. And if you have any Arizona charges or holds, their 30 days will begin at the conclusion of your Arizona case to come and get you. And I think you understand all the rest very much. So if you'll step over and sign, and then be sure if you do get brought back here on the drug warrant, be sure to tell them, hey, well, I think you're going to end up with the same court date. If they bring you back within the next few days on the drug warrant, you're going to probably end up with that 18th court date. So you should be able to take care of everything on the 18th, even if the dates get a little bit off. No, my bad. That's my bad. I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm tired. You waived. You're not going to court. You know better than I do. But either way, you've got the 30-day clock running on this one today. So even if they bring you in 2 days from now and you start the clock on the other one, it's not going to change the clock on this one. I'm just trying to make sure that your clock starts properly, and it starts tomorrow. Okay, alrighty. Good luck, sir. Thank you for no house call. Oh yeah, but she bonded. Yeah. Okay. Alrighty, then you're right. As to anybody who may have been listening to this for Miss Anna Willems, she was here on a misdemeanor, and misdemeanors are entitled to bond out prior to this hearing, and she did that. So Anna Elizabeth Willems bonded out of jail a couple of hours ago, which means she's probably not physically out, but she's being released. All right, then we're going to stand in recess until 2 p.m.